All right, good time of day, everyone. So, without too much further ado, bop. So today, I'm going to work on Ina, and going to be this little figure that's going out. It's not a costume or anything. It's just literally a figure that's official that she retweeted, and I just like the look of it. Mostly I liked seeing that these exist over here, and I assume that this has a matching sigil floating around it. Got a few shots of this. Excuse me. Mostly what drew me in on it was, the wings. The outfit isn't too bad. So, I think the best shot we can get on it. We have a semi-transparent sort of jacket, which shouldn't be hard. I think I have two choices and thoughts about this, because on the basic thing, do they really not show any other angle? I really think they don't show any other angle. Let me just double check. Because, I'd like a front on, but... Okay, let's go to their witter. Design Coco. I mean, I'm not sure how affiliated. I can't read the glorious Nipponese, so yeah, it looks like that's all of it. Let me see if the site itself has any more. I doubt it. Okay, that seems... Oh, we do have stuff here. Never mind. It is doing a proper... Can I open new image in a new tab? Only the tiny version. Please wait warmly while Scribble fights. There we go. Okay, cool. I don't need need a full rotation. With some shots, I might as well bring in over a back one just because it'll help me figure out the hair at the very least. That's not it. Copy image. There we go. This one will help. Open a new tab. Copy image. There. Pop. Yes, I am extra wide today. Why? I'm not sure. Maybe I did too much this week. It just squished me down. So we have this symbol here. Does it match up on the other side? Doesn't look like it. So as I was saying, we have the jacket that has the transparency in the middle, which shouldn't be too hard. Are those boots asymmetrical? Do we have asymmetrical shoes? I mean, it is VTuber. Yes, we do. So that goes up to about over the knee. I guess it is about thigh high. I think right here would be more thigh high. And that other one only goes up to about ankle? Yeah, ankle. Have that. We have big puffy sleeves, which have that design on it. Oh, there's 4? Is there always 4 and I just missed it? Yes, there's 4 and I just missed it. Okay. For some reason I thought there were 3. So we have this that floats in the center. These should be symmetrical, so I should be able to do rotate tricks. Now the question is, do I put her in an A-frame pose, or even an I-frame? When I say 256, 256, or an A pose. Everybody knows the T pose. It is the modeler's dream of getting all this extents. The A pose is like your standard VTuber, and you have arms at about like this. I don't know how exact to be. I call it the I pose, only because it's like a little more stiff, and you just keep the arms as close as possible and not out. Most of them are A pose because, well, it looks cuter. Where I pose is more stiff and all that. I'm not even sure if that's the proper term, but it's what I think of it. It's just standing up straight and not having arms up. Hello! I'm trying to figure out what pose I'm going to be having Ina in for this pixel. Actually, is this the same one? This is the same one. I can throw that to the void. Okay. Actually, it's clearly the same one. Anyways. You have the little feather wing on that. So one part that is going to be a little weird is the transparency on this, because I'm going to have to divide it up into two sections. Also, the question is, do I keep it off her shoulder like this, or just put it both on? I think I'll keep it off. Stick with this as mostly the Canon one. I'll probably just have arm down because standard VTuber, I guess. It's going to be looking forward, so it's going to be the awkward that you see. I think Fauna kind of had it with her one apple she could have up on her hand. I mean, like, she doesn't look at it, she just holds it up. I mean, you could look at it. It's just, it's a strange sort of toggle where it's non-congruent with standard use. Are the flaps a little bigger? No, I think they're fine. They're the same. Do I have the empty sprite over? Nope. And hello, Mikan. Is that just kind of spitballing how it's going to go? I think probably going to try to have the jacket be removable. So as it stands, we have the sort of off-shoulder jacket look. Yeah, that should be possible. It goes down here. This will trail off. Actually, would this be lower? It should be lower. So, like, it'd be lower down here. And I guess the back would go around and then be even. How it's supposed to be. You know, goes down like this. This side would probably be more bunched up so that I can keep it the same. Or I could just literally, well, I probably will have, you know, just the fingers pointing out. Well, let's just dive into it. Well, upper body. I think I'm going to go a little more just standard lean on this instead of the whole hip thing. I will have a hip X on there. It just won't be as wiggly. I don't think Ina's the most wiggly type. A lazy lean works better. Okay. Might have a middle on there just to join these two, but that'll be later. left upper back. And then right upper. Also, I realized I should probably update my template for thumbnails, because I self-sprites and they aren't what I'm doing right now. Oh well, things change. Okay. Do I color pick off the actual Ina sheet? Yeah, let's try that, just for giggles, or at least close enough. Anyway, cover. Hololive. So I think they have an official one sitting up there. Because I don't know if Ina has a proper sheet floating about. I know in her artist had a book at one point that had her reference in it, but I think it was just the model and it had the back on it. Yeah, let's... Oh, they have all the costumes on here. That's kind of surprising. She has a few now. There is no reference sheet. VTuber Wikia. Let's see where you do your magic. So I'm remembering the art book, but I don't know if like there's ever an official post, because you know the first bit of Hololive EN was kind of a train wreck of them just trying to figure things out. Ninomae Ina'nis. Yeah, I don't think we got a real ref sheet floating about. Well, unironically, the only one that has a proper ref sheet is the one that Ina made herself for the Monster Hunter. Oh well, we're picking off the full body. First edition. So, anybody want to bet saturation 100, value 99? $94. What I'm saying is the girls are pale. Okay. Oop, gotta turn you on. Let's have this for reference. So Ina is kind of lolly, which I should say means that her everything is basically actually adult proportion for her face, except she dragged down her eyes. It's the weirdest thing. It's tripped me up so many times. It gives her a larger forehead, makes her look cute. I mean, like, her jaw isn't like rounded off down here, which is like one of the things you do to make them look younger. But yeah. So, let me just keep that in mind. About... I wouldn't round that off by hand. But... No, it's a thing I figured out, like, doing birthday stuff. Because I like doing traditional art every year for birthdays. That's literally why this main channel, or this other channel was made. I mean, not channel, this witter was made. Was so I could have a place that wasn't shitposting and random other artworks. And it could just be the more... Sorry, consistent on like what actually goes into it. and very safe for work. That too much? Whoops. No, I think it's going to round out a bit more over here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think that is. That rounds up. Okay. I'm going to go with that. Drop this down 10, drop this down. So, inline it. Oh, do I not have inline on? I don't. Also, as I brought up the taco one. I mean, the Monster Hunter one. It's a shame she got the Ina in the kitchen one, because she was doing that stuff for a bit. And she started going everywhere. So she couldn't stay in the kitchen and do stuff. But, yeah, the Monster Hunter one that she designed. Pretty nice one overall, and also has a very elaborate hat. Considering, like, you have to have this go behind. You have this that probably has a lot of physics on it. A little bit of physics on those. I'm not sure, though. But yeah, she also did the Koseki Biju one as well. I think a good chunk of English has Monster Hunter outfits. Yeah, I guess this is part of the shirt, maybe? Either way. The hair is also really interesting for her. This is mostly kind of going off of the hair flaps from Casual, I think it would be. But yeah, just messy hair. It's always good to have options. Anyways. Rio, the big cat, I think, has one. I think Shiori has one. Not sure about anyone else. I'm trying to think if anyone from Promise does. If I had to put it, you know, I'm going to pop open Iris's. 'Cause for some reason, something's reminded me there. To go on a tangent and turn this into a 12-hour stream. Yes, she got the Monster Hunter Stories costume. That's what I'm remembering. I don't think it's actually a proper, like, based off a monster directly, because I don't know if you actually get armor in that from monsters in that game. If somebody here could actually tell me the armor set, that would help. But yeah, no, Iris has one. It's just for Monster Hunter Stories instead of straight up Monster Hunter. So I don't know if it's based off in monster armor set or not. Okay. I'm going to pop over Riora because why Why actually get to work when I can do nothing? I think Shiori has one, but I'm not sure. They have a lot at this point, which is good. The one thing I'll say about doing corporation, if the corporation is right, they should be handing out outfits like every year or every other year and having events and all that, because if it's running right, they should have the budget for it. Sadly, that's not usually the case, but what do? Da-da-da. Riora. Gallery, let me look. Yep, she has a Monster Hunter cop. Yeah, her and Gigi did get one. Wait. Was this designed by Riora? They're going to have it in the notes, aren't they? Yeah, Capcom went full throttle with them. Coverage game, Monster Hunter, Riora, da-da-da. I don't know. I forget if it was like that. Anyways, I'm going to post this on the... Yeah, shareholders. It's the terrible thing, but doing it, you should have money flow. Yeah, Roar and Gigi got it. I don't know if Shiori did. I don't think the dogs got one. Corday, the Sonic one always gets me, because that's just kind of hilarious to me. Wow. Gallery. Yeah, she did get a Monster Hunter Stories one. That was this. Don't know on this one, but it is what it is. Feels like it came more from, what was the very Japanese themed one? Rise? Anyways, I'm getting off topic. But yeah, they've been getting a lot of Monster Hunter ones. I'd have to pop up, and I'm wasting enough time. But yeah, Capcom and Monster Hunter in general really just loves handing them either money or permissions at the very least. Anyways, we have head. Let's just slap down body stuff, because that shouldn't take too much. I'm going to follow basic uniform. About the side of the head. And dips in very slightly. Like, it was put a while ago, or I had a discussion that streamers is kind of the meta to sell stuff, because people will buy it. It might have a mask, it's just it's not on that render, because toggles. Fans will... Okay, how to put this? Let me get these in. Ina hips go actually they go a decent ways out, though. That's kind of because legs open. Crotch would be about here, I think. waist down to here. That's about at shoulder, so right around here. That's a little much. I think I have to shrink this in because... well, maybe not. Probably look better once I actually get arms on. Now then, let me get a good example over here. There we go. Let's bring you over. I'm trying to think. Also, that is not the flattest you could have it, though Ina isn't exactly perfectly flat. That's more bijou stick or the old garlic. Or Russia. Oh, yeah, I was just saying, like, streamers as advertisement is really good because as long as you don't have the worst game, if your game's breaking all the time and it's not breaking in entertaining ways, you kind of shot yourself in the foot. But a moderate game that they can actually look like they're enjoying it will get people to buy it, even if they don't play it that much. Mostly because, hey, hey, my the streamer like showed this off. I think I'll give the devs some support. Okay. So I think I could just go on the base layer, have this go across. And given that these are the same orange, I can just color steel from here. Keep it form. I am going to move it to how I do this stuff, which is to say 55, 80, 25. Oops. Get this out. YouTube no ban. And this can go up and over. And we can mimic that down here. And I'll have a second layer on top of this for this so I can have it wiggle a little bit. Okay, so we take this, go down to here. Halfway is about right here, so it's we'll just say half. And I think I'm going to move the arm up a little bit. I have to get collarbone in there, but I still have to respect that it's there. But, okay, so half is about down here between this and this. That's half. Whoop. Cool. YouTube safe. Now, as for skirt, don't know. You know what? I'll just go black, always black. It's his bikini bottom. Oops. Oop. A little more than that. There we go. Actually, we need to get a navel in. Has Ina had a navel showing model? For all the skin she shows, which is the funniest thing in the world, given how she is, as it's been put, she and Pekora kind of have the Ludus models, or Ludus base design. Just personality and body type don't really accentuate on that. Well, I guess technically the swimsuit 3D models, but the secret of the swimsuit 3D models is that they're basically all the same body. With some changes on it. Well, I guess there are a few. There's no standard model she actually streams with that has it. Except I would say the swimsuit ones, but those are a interesting little thing. Also just seeing her here with Gura and Amy. So Amy shows up every once in a while, surprisingly. Lots of things. Okay, anyways. So we're YouTube safe, hopefully. Probably not. Okay, let's get the arms on here. Sadly, the Ina is kind of noodle arms. That's actually a really far out way to have this. I might tone that down a little bit. I know why they do it. Just seems a little abrupt of an angle. Anyways, less complaining. More drawing. I probably will have to put a shoulder on here, but... Oop. Do I do it at ones? Or... I think I do it at threes. So back to the old trick. You know, I had a whole sheet made to do this. Nope, that's not the right one. There we go. And I kind of decided that I'll just noodle it. Anyways. Boop, 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 boop. Fill about waist. I need to turn this off so that I can properly mirror it, because it's... If I don't, because... It'll do that. And the right side will not be mirrored to move in. Let's bring this up for a second. Oh, wait. Why did I do it like that? I rushed, that's why. Left upper arm. And if I had to guess, I was trying to have it set up for left, or for the lower, or for the upper leg as well, which I'll get to in a minute. Okay. Just add a little shape to this. And send this to the void. Control Alt, copy paste, Shift H to flip. We'll call that good. Then we're going to make left lower arm. I'm going to group these. Arm group. It's going to get interesting in a minute when I have to actually get the jacket on. That's where I think most of the work is going to be. So like this does over here, but I'm not going to do it as extreme. I'm going to have this come down a little bit to show where like the musculature around the elbow is coming out, because if you had your arms out normally, you would have your palms facing, but you twist in so that bunches up some amount of muscle. But I would think that would be more on the outer edge. Anyways. I usually try to do it on both sides. Do I want to do this at 3s, or do I want to like go to 2s and have it, you know, like go out here? How does this look? I think it might work, if only because I have to have this be supported by something and not sliding off. But I think I'll do that. I also think I need to increase just a little bit more. It's hard to guesstimate right. However, I can actually just measure. So this is 49 pixels. That's 51. That's 69. So let's put a few more then, because I believe to wrist, it should be basically from shoulder to groin, so it should cut halfway in the middle. I need to look up all my proportions again. It's been a while since I actually did some hard study and memorizing of them. I just wing it. It worked, to be honest. It's not even like it works better than it should. Because, like when I tried to do the draw box stuff, I had a real thing with them giving how actual perspective works. Because perspective to the human eye does not work like that. Okay, so that's 9 or 58. This should be close enough. Close enough. Human perspective is, or the way humans see things is already screwed up, and you can't really perspective out like that without it looking artificial. Which, I mean, like, works sometimes for, like, cityscapes and whatnot to show human man-made. Because, well, the human eye is not a camera. A camera, even though, like, it has a, like, lens and all that, it's projecting on a flat surface. So, like, it has the lens in order to flip it so that it's going here. You know, it's flipping from out here. The human eye, however, has a lens. Because focus and links and all that. However, all the receptors are on a curve. So we're screwed on actually getting a lot of proper things going on. It does work, and we compensate. But we're seeing the world bent. Like, like, one thing my art teacher was very confused on how I knew this was, like, if you're standing in a doorway, like directly in a doorway, how would you describe the top and bottom of the door in comparison to the middle? And the answer is curved, they're closer together. Because with I right here, this recedes up and goes away to vanishing point directly above you. This recedes and goes away to vanishing point above you. So, just in the simplest terms of perspective, you have two straight lines next to you and they're curved. Which also means anything on the horizon is actually going to be curved at the extremes. Like, it'll be flat, but as far as your eye is concerned, towards the edges, it goes like this. Even if it's really far away, so very small, but the closer it gets to you, like, far away in the distance, yeah, it's practically flat. If you could take a step and, like, you know, step over it, it's starting to do this. Or, like, it's either starting to do that or starting to do this. Actually, how would it be? So you're standing there. It's going out. Yeah, from your vision, it would be doing this. Like at the edges of your field of vision. And you can notice it. Because, like, you turn your head. And while it will compensate a little bit, this will be, you know, going further away. And like, it'll be straight to... It'll straighten out as you look at it. That's the, fucky thing about human vision. Anyways. Besides our, the terrible human visual receptive organ, or photon reception organ, let's get back onto cute anime girls. Close that. There we go. Let's make this red so I can actually tell what's going on. Okay, we want to make this about 81 was, or around 60. Okay. So grabbing from here, no stalling. Bring this out to about 60 long. And that should be good enough for the wrist. That can go there. Okay. So we have wrist here. I don't think I'll have it be going this way. So I want to have some pixels going up here. Make it Pac-Man over here. As I was saying, put a little bit of this onto here so that it makes it look a little curved. And then a little bit of musculature over here. Yes. Okay, let's just curve this a little bit. And we'll fix some of these pixels because we can't have this going on. Except at very specific points. I think that'll work fine here. Bring this out one more. Okay, cool. And we'll make it skin color. It's a little thick. Rather than... no, I think I'll thin down the inside, like 1 pixel. Decision's terrible. That. Let's round that out a little more. Yeah, let's do that. I think I want to give the noodle arm a little less noodle. Sacrilege, I know. Okay, and I think I'm going to just put that down a little bit. Now as for hands. Well, that's twisting away, so I think we're probably going to have to go with her standard one. Doesn't have gloves in that, does she? Whoops, wrong one. Nope, doesn't. Okay. Flip those around. Left hand. Yeah, but I'm going to have a toggle on there, or, well, maybe I won't, and I'll just call it good. Proper doing it would be, make it toggleable. Should I do fingers that are individual? I've never done those, and I've seen a couple, rigging videos or how to cut up layers for VTuber models. Actually take each individual finger out so you can have a little bit of more leeway with them and actually, you know, like animate them. Yeah, let's waste time. Okay. First go with middle finger. Left middle finger. Going to also cut a bit more out for what I'm about to do. So this should be about this long, which is 14 pixels. Two sausage. A little thick, but some of this is going to be outline. Okay, let's try that. Let's go grab this. Outline, inline. So index finger. Brain says you can just do this. Brain wouldn't lie to me, would it? You know, this might actually be faster than doing it the normal way, except I have to rig it and make sure that it doesn't look like crap when the pixels want to unalign themselves. Or, not unalign, do really... Oh, that's part of the hand. That is part of the hand. Oh. When they want to fight the edges and, like, not want to work right. Anyways. What am I doing? Follow the plan. Thumb. Ooh. Ooh. Look upon the heart. Upon the heart. Left thumb. So, thumbs are just as long as the normal fingers. It's just that they're like, their segments are all screwed up compared to normal fingers. Though technically not. They have all the joints, it's just they're joined at your wrist. And that their last segment's actually longer. But they are the same length. Yeah, 1 second. There we go. Oh! Crap. I had mirror mode on, that's why. That's going to be a mess. I'll deal with it in 5 minutes. Okay. So... I'm in a very much think dumber, run faster mode right now. Speed. This will really suck if this is actually the meta way to do it. So I've been wasting all my time trying to figure out how to elaborately draw fingers for pixelated hands. Like you don't, you just copy and paste the index finger and call it a day. That'd be more up here because this part goes down here and this is going to be the last one. I think that works. You had something selected you shouldn't have selected, so we're not going to let you select and move things. Okay, sprite. Yeah, that actually kind of works. I'm not mad, I'm just confused. Maybe I should have been thinking of actually putting in pixel fingers all along. It looks like... And the thing is, I can just move it one in. Wow. Yeah, that isn't too bad. I can do the trick where I, like, separate them, but if they're their own entity and they can move a little bit, do I really need to care? I think the answer is yes. I think I'm going to actually, like, you know, put a little shading in here. Yep, I totally was trying to select that. Okay. I think that's good enough. We're going to have to, you know, flip these because this side's utterly messed up right now because I moved some of them. Okay, cool. First off, let's send this to the Abyss. Thank you for your service. Boop. Okay, cool. I should probably actually save this, so let me do that. Storage, model, new folder. What was this called? I can't see the stream name. I just need like 7 letters. AXGRIT? There we go. Okay, cool. Boom. You know what? Let's get a skirt on her. It should be quick enough to pixel in. These I think I'm going to have separate. I might have this actually be separate, the belt, but the skirt itself could be like this. Groin would be about here, so it's about halfway up, halfway down, about mid-thigh, so I want to use, I can't use that color yet. Belt would be barely above hips, it looks like, so. Whoop. Now, how to get the wave in there? Because it's not pelted. I'll think about later. Does it flare out? No, it curves in. So it goes more like that. I'll figure out some things later. Skirt belt. Let's just shave off a little. There we go. Belt is decently sized. Not like a minuscule line across it. It's possibly verging upon double digits of this, percentage-wise. Not a quarter, I could say that. I don't, like a quarter would be there to there. Yeah, maybe. Well, no, I need to include this. So, quarter... yeah, maybe, actually. This is why you measure. And this little line down here is like an 1/8 or 1/10. Basically half this. Which is looking about 8 pixels. So what I'm going to do... first off, I'm going to make this asymmetrical. Whoops, wrong button. I hit the button. Mildly asymmetrical. All rigging will basically pretend it is symmetrical. Get rid of that sharp little corner. Cool. So I select this. I modify, I contract by 8. Yeah, that should be big enough. I fake the edge here after I invert this. I do that. Oops. This might need a little. There we go. Now we have my best guesstimate on that. And we can make this the proper, not black. And we'll get into the doodads later. I just want to get the skirt on her. So the totally bikini bottom isn't always on. Okay. Let's move on to legs. Which probably literally requires me to remove the skirt. So, first off, left leg. Now, this is a whole actually kind of floating ordeal. And I think I kind of want that. So I'm not even going to mirror this, because I'm going to take... Oops. Honestly, turn the skirt off for a second. I'm going to go from like right about here and have it go like so. Now I can turn it back on. And I'm going to have both legs, and I'm going to have like the feet hang down a little bit. And they can cross over. The one with, you know, more stuff on it can be in front. Actually, would she lead? Is she right or left-handed? I think you'd lead with your dominant foot, but for, because of how this is, well, this is leading with the left one. The left one first, because it has less to go on. Figure out. Anyways. I don't think I'm going to have, like, the legs have a knee in it right now. That doesn't mean I shouldn't try to do a little bit with the thigh and calf. Just to give it a little bit of actually, you know, form. Group. Leg group. Body group. It's going to be so weird with the jack, because I think that's going to have to be part of arms, and arms has to be above body, which I usually don't do. Usually I have arms behind so that I can have the top of the body and then that, but I think I'm going to add a shoulder anyways. In fact, let's do that right now. To hide my sins. This can start here. Actually, no, let's go here. And then it can blend in like so. Doesn't look like much, but when it comes to trying to get everything to look correct, it helps that I can have something that I can kind of like shift, rotate, or whatnot. Or in this case, okay, she has a basic choker. Or in this case, I can actually like kind of like lift up a little bit. I'm going to bake in. I should probably get the neck in here. The pole. Neck is a little long. However, I can just move this down a little bit. There we go. And I think I should follow this body being a bit of this form. Going like right here. Now, there we go. Yeah, that's a bit much. If I was doing this right, I'd just have it be the same color and I'd have a shade layer over it and yada 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 yada. In fact, I should drop this down like 1. At least for this part. There we go. Ooh, wait, what's going on there? Hey, what happened here? Did I accidentally delete something? I think I did. Yep, there we go. Cool, and for giggles, I am going to... Oh yeah, that's broken up. Oh, okay. I see what happened. I'd accidentally selected the head layer when I did all this. We'll just do it like that. This is only going to be the outer edge. Oh, I should turn off stabilization. Oop. I want to have instant click. Just like this. Go boop, boop. Okay, so you're the one on top. Weird. Hey, Sprite, what are you doing? I'm hitting W. It's the wand tool. Is this not replicated on both sides? Why is it the pinky? Oh, it did the stupid thing. Okay, that makes sense. When I say the stupid thing, I mean like I hit Alt-Control and I must have had that selected when I go paste. So it pastes it because... Oh, you want to paste a layer. You never want to work on the layer you're trying to do stuff in. You want to make new ones all the time. Doesn't drive me mad. I really hate when like things try to be smart in programs. Just can I have the basic functionality and not have it guess what I try to do and then make me undo it for 10 minutes? It'd be really nice. It's also why I don't screw around with settings a lot of the time. They're not good enough to run by default. They're probably not good enough to even try with. Or try the whole program with. Anyways. Well, actually I probably could have done it inline. Got that down. I may or may not have been traumatized by IT of like, oh, you had this setting on. Why did you bother turning this setting on? It's like, I didn't turn that on. I hit 2 keys on accident and now I've wasted 4 hours of everybody's time. It's the stupidest thing. Okay, anyways. I think that's fine. Probably should have the bottom actually be outlined here. Actually, all of it. Yeah. Also, I think like a lot of the modes are just people just adding crap to something that doesn't need to be there. I want to see people work in like some of what they consider advanced modes. They just seem like utterly horrible things to work in. Oh, but your screen is cleared up. Now I literally don't have like what is being selected anymore. I don't have any sort of indication of what's going on, just the most basic representation of the visual data, but none of the actual property data. Yeah, cool. You know what 90% of work on this is? Messing with the property data. Oh, sure. I'm just kind of working around, but yeah, go ahead. Okay, so as I said before, this is just going to be duplicated, and this is going to be the forward one. Like this. I probably want these to cross a bit more, so I'm going to drag this a few pixels over. A few pixels over. How does it look here? Now, unlike GIMP, I don't have to worry about weirdness of sizes. I think that works out. Oop. I might as well while I'm here. Boop. Well, I won't say I always comment on the stuff you put in there. Yeah, go ahead. I'm not doing much, and a little bit of side talk will probably be nice. Most of the time when I like world build, because I do a lot of solo, I haven't done it in a bit. I should actually pull out the Vikings. The built for solo Viking. Oh no, it's not. I did it again. Okay. Whoop. Copy, paste, flip. There we go. No, actually, while I'm here, this is dumb. Okay, actually, it's the back one that has the most. I can't get that much, but yeah, when I do world solo stuff, there's a lot of world building I work off. Of random tables everywhere. Always fun. I should be mirroring. Stupidest detail that you'll never see. Okay, anyways. Gotta amuse yourself somehow. Now then, got hands actually pretty quickly. Now, why are you up one? There we go. Right foot. I need to get the foot one. Oh, there's a little bit of this on the back. Not on the other one, of course. How to simplify this? Well, the answer is not to simplify at all. This is straight lines, so I should be able to just drop it in here. This is where this would be go down like that. You know what? I need to mirror this. This is a rare case where I need to mirror that isn't mirroring. I was just going to kill me later. That's exactly the same. That's the back. That's more side. So two choices. Either it goes like this or it flares out a little bit then goes in. I think that actually does look better. Bring you over. Let's drop that in, put it as white. Yeah, good enough. And then we have this do that. Oops. Oh, I'm missing a whole pixel. That's why. Not going to go full all that sort of detail, but I need enough. Let's grab this orange. Okay, you're getting up most of the deities. The thing with pantheons is that they're messy. At least with real pantheons. Everybody has overlap. You can say the god of death or whatever, the gods of death, and then you'll find 7 other that do the same thing. Always keep that in mind. Like, sometimes it's actually like, oh, this is actually specific, and other times it's like, no, this is just... They do the same thing. Almost exactly. Okay, so I'm taking off her hair. And I'm going to increase the saturation and brightness a bit. 50. 40. Good enough. I could color pick, but color picking off an image is kind of iffy in my brain. Go like this, and then, yeah, this will be the end of the shoe that I could flip between both sides. So let's make this blocky. Get this little ankle part that has wings on it. Go up like that. Man, I'm trying to remember. So I've listened to a lot of world building and other such mythology podcasts. And most lived-in mythologies are like trying to be more properly aligned to what they are is getting weird. Yeah. Yeah. Because the human eye is not accurate or precise. It goes by groups, which is a pain. All the things the human eye kind of can do gets weird. As I was saying before, like, you can't actually teach perspective correctly from, like, the 2.4 point stuff. Only kind of correctly, because the human eye is a mess. Oh, wait. Then we have a little thing there. I think that should be good enough. Yeah, when I think of god lineage, like the Greeks had a Hestia, I think it was, where it's literally a goddess of the hearth, which is very important in, you know, like older culture, because that's where all the food and all that is made. And it plays somewhat into fertility and into some other things. They all kind of steal aspects from each other, and like it's a blend, which is like, you know, you get into Lovecraft or even Fate stuff where it becomes like, oh, they're all like avatars of like some upper being. Okay, we're going to duplicate this and call this left foot. Boop. And then we're going to try to position it correctly. Uh-huh. Oops. You know, this might have to be a shade down. Yeah, I think I'm going to have to shade this down. Because it's behind there and it's getting confusing. So I'm going to drop it like by 5. And it's not going to be continuous, so boop. Okay, that isn't getting any dark. Actually, is that... Oh, I didn't. Oops. Outline that at black. Drop this down 5. Oops, no, I got that right. Oop. Okay, maybe I should have like one higher than the other. Yeah, let's drop this down 2 pixels, and let's drop this down 2 pixels. How does it look up here? I mean, I could stretch some out. Looks fine. Is that too small? Please be a little bigger. So I got a question with the world building. What are you actually doing with this? Is it for a story? Is it for a game? Is it for like just a setting, have it in there? Because as much as world building is like, you know, fun to do, and like you could just get on into the begot that this sort of Bible stuff does. When I think of world building, I think it like to a purpose. Because ultimately, like, very few people except for like the essay YouTubers will get deep into like who begot. And like if you're doing it like all the like little myths and stuff, is it going to be relevant in the final work? Because otherwise you're kind of just spinning wheels. And while that is fun and you can do it, I'm not going to stop you. Like I can't. Just want to say, like, you might want to think about putting time into where you get the most value out of world building. Like in a video game, you can put down the fine strokes of stuff, and then, like, you know, bring up like little tidbits here and there, and like the basic pantheon, and then you really just hammer in like whatever gods are involved or whatever religions are involved. Like if you're doing a story about Hercules, you aren't going to be telling about the Temple of Apollo, because I don't even think there's a Heracles story that really involves Apollo. Just food for thought. Humans have a finite amount of time in their lives and a finite amount of attention. Sometimes less is more, because we'll make stuff up in our heads that is better to us than what anything the author could give us. We have whole fandoms around that. Toho. Okay. Let's see. So this next part, I'm going to put it on its own layer because I don't want to mess up the leg. Right boot. Top. Okay, so we have... I don't know, what would you call this? I know there's an actual name for it. I'm not going to get it, though. Anyways. Once again, bring this here. Bring that up. It's flat there. Yeah, like it's... I find that stuff great. Like, when you read in and you just feel like there's more to the world, just at that aspect, it's always good to have a little more than you think. It's just, how much time do you want to put into that? And the answer is always infinite. Like, when you create stuff, you want it to have the most stuff for stuff. Realistically, you can't do that. Like so I follow because I have a perverse interest in seeing how far it goes, like theory crafting in video games and, like, you know, ongoing video games. And the ability of people... Actually, this should probably be shifted a little bit. Let me rotate this. The ability of people to turn one paragraph into what seems to be an infinite wellspring of knowledge for a game is terrifying. I always say bank on that more than, like, I'm going to write every single thing in, every single portion in here. It's like pareidolia, except for the deep lore. Why are you doing that? Oh, no, I don't. Weird. Very weird. Oh, you don't have to delete stuff, man. Okay. Sorry if I rubbed it along the way. It just... I don't know what much to do. I mean, I can look over it. It's just that's my thoughts on lore in general. Yeah. Tabletop RPGs are where I think more concise is better, but no, keep it up. I say just keep working on it. It just, what is it for? You gotta always ask yourself that question. Form to purpose. But yeah, you had a good start for that sort of thing. I just would rather know where it's going for besides just world building of world building. I think this works. Anyways. Is it... It's white on the edge, then you have that coming out. Okay. That's where it was before. You would also have to color this white and probably change that up in there. And this goes all the way up to about knee, and then it does that. Okay. And knee would be like right here. I should probably like move that over one. Like, I know the deep lore is where like Dark Souls started to get its or the deep lore started to happen with like Dark Souls. Mostly because they threaded in there like you're doing archaeology. I think these need to be thinner because this looks a... Well, okay, let me think. I just come in here and I do this. I just outline that. Does that look better? Yeah, it kind of does. I think I made them a little too thick. Okay. Base. Flip. Let's line this up to about shoe. So I did move this like... That's a weird line. Like, one game that I think does like go overboard and like people don't even look into it because it was truly of the time is like the old Morrowind games. I think Oblivion to a degree, I don't think they got as what are you doing as Morrowind was. Or just how much random lore they have in a game. That stuff was just everywhere. Yeah, I say always write with purpose for that. Yeah, and also, like, technically Morrowind kind of had to explain how different everything is. We have giant, stilt-walking creatures that go about. And we have to explain Chim at some point because it's actually plot relevant. It was Chim, right? Or Shim. It was a CH. Let's pull this out like 2. I think we'll be... Oh. Oh. Okay, I could just take you. What am I not on? There we go. Bring you back in here. Why are you doing random shortcuts now? Shortcut 2. Shortcut 2 to what? What did I set up and how do I unset it? What the heck? I have no idea. So my hang up is that I click here. Oh, everything's filled up. But literally, it's not set. Oh, it is set to. Okay. I thought I unset that. I unset it in other things. Okay. Try and get this little thing just working at this point. The funny thing with Chim is if you really think about it, Toby Fox basically did the same thing with Determination. And it's also tied deeply into the actual story. I know it's just kind of an excuse for you being able to, like, save load abuse, but the fact that it is actually a thing amuses me. And this is just going to have to put white in here, but we'll get it. The reason why people say I do not do mecha. Okay, and just have this go up like that. We have a little bit of flanges on the edges, or a little bit of, well, whatever you want to call it. That's supposed to go off this to make it look like it has an edge. Does it go up? No, it just goes up to here. Supposed to look a little elegant. Then we have a little bit of this stuff on the side. Is it still at the same rate? Yeah, okay. Is it on the inside? Well, we can't tell. We have to look at a rotation. Yes. I won't get all the lines and stuff, like that's just impossible and not happening. Okay, so we have a little bit of this going on. Where it curves back in. Which is a good thing I thinned out the legs a little bit. Oh. Okay, that's just straight in cuts to here. Let's do that. Now, is that... that snugs up against that black. So, I am going to put these on a layer below for a second. So this isn't going to move. I'm not having the legs move at all. Please let me select, thank you. Okay. I think I need a new keyboard. This one's just dying. Okay, we'll merge this down. And we'll fill this area with black here. Now we're going to also, you know, outline this in black. Make this more like so. Yeah, how does it join up at the top? Okay, it's flat. So we can just kind of go like this. Also, I'll say, one trap that fandoms fall into, with like adding more lore to what's actually there, is like, is this actually a joke that they put in? Because while it's true, every single thing that they wrote was intentionally done. Was it done for lore reasons, actually? Was it done by the person who is actually caring about the lore reasons? Or was it B-Team who just needed to put some extra filler in? Which, unironically, makes it more like actual mythology lore, because, you know, it's multiple people not even attempting to try to tell the same thing, but just using the characters and names. Which is kind of funny to me. How many things in modern video games has ended up becoming like lore relevant just because people online wouldn't shut up about it, and it gets added as fan service that forever changes the lore? How many things? And then, you know, you have the ball drops, like basically retconning Solaris to not be the one child, the forgotten child of Gwen that gone away and all that, because they had a bunch of stuff set up for it. I'm not even sure it went anywhere. You know what? I'm just going to solve this issue by doing this. Let me also turn off this leg so I don't have any interference. So I think, yeah, I'm also missing here. What does this do? We just have this flare out more and come in. Also, I would say, like, it's a like, it's fun and all that, but it's kind of a little tacky, I would say, to take in fan theories. Because it's like, oh, they don't believe in their storytelling enough to proceed with it, and that's like, eh. And also then you have stuff like, actually I think both the Digital Circus, and I think I've heard that, like, Deltarune, literally they had, like, can you stop theorizing, please? It's ruining everything. That's kind of in story, like, just like, I think in the Digital Circus, it was quite literally, like, the conspiracy room of, like, how stupid does it actually look when I put it on screen? Of, like, this just being, you know, like, Mind Pod's evil Freddy Fazbear. And then Deltarune literally just had characters that were all, like, some important character that's been named but never shown. And then, like, just freaking out because it's like, we don't know who Mike is and we're tired of pretending to be him. And also, I literally think they said, just because it's popular doesn't mean it's true. I know Goosework literally was, like, kind of lamenting the whole idea behind fan theories. Because it's like, they're just going to disappoint themselves. Which, like, was prophetic. Because they did disappoint themselves. I think literally stuff started popping out of, like, how Gooseworks is a terrible writer. Because she had favorites and main characters. Instead of, like, doing fleshed out full lore dumps for everyone and having more screen time for everyone. I mean, it's a limited medium and it's also a costly medium. So I can't fault it too much for that. But yeah, that finale did a number on people. Of not having it be like what they thought it would be in their heads. I think this needs to be a little thicker. This was not where I thought I was going to spend all my time. Boop. Boop. Yeah, let's scoot it out like this. I think it's also just a problem with episodic content at this day and age. Yeah. I want to make something that will ruin someone's life. Or I want to make a fiction that will ruin someone's life, or whatever that quote was. That was a monkey's paw of tweet. Or whatever it is on Blue Sky. Whatever it came from on the forum. It's sad. Like, as it's been put, the best way to like, in this day and age, to enjoy anything is to not talk to anyone else who actually enjoys it. Which is like the antithesis of, like, enjoying any entertainment. Because, like, entertainment is meant to be a touchstone for people to, like, you know, get around with. And we've lost a lot of touchstones. And if entertainment is just, like, burying your head and not talking to anyone about it, it's... I won't even say sad, I think it's, like, antithetical. But, you know, loudest voices, you're not allowed to have anything good, yada yada. Or this is why we can't have good things. Okay, so this goes up a little bit, then we do more purple trim, and then we call this done. I can kind of... Yeah, I think, I wouldn't say like they do it right, because they still run into some of the issues. Like a couple mangakas have just been chased off the Zwitter. And they probably should like listen to the Zwitter more, or less. Not more, less. They should probably have more, as you said, like people filter it down of like what's the pulse of going on. And that seems the lot saner way to do it. Or, you know, like... what was it? The Coffin of Andy and Lele. Because, literally, the person just like, yeah, I'm done with doing this. I'm still just going to release stuff. I'm done, like, fighting people on online. You can hate it and call it terrible and all that. I'm just going to keep releasing it because I know I have people who will pay for it. And I want to finish it. Oh, crap. Did I do this all on right leg? No, I didn't. Okay. Because it's like, I made my money. I haven't been banned from Steam. I'm just going to keep dropping these. Yeah. Oh, what was it? Because I have actually taken, yeah. I mean, some of them are just banal. Like, you know, people asking the same question over and over, and it's like, there's no point in me, or there's no point in actually, like, addressing this. Because, like, why is this character like this? Da-da-da-da-da. It's like, we don't really care to explain. Next question, please. And, like, you say pale and all that. Death threats get sent for less. We all know this. Some idiot thinks they can, like, really just show their ire and say that they're a former Navy SEAL and all that. Because they just want them to do what they want. So that's ultimately like what those sort of threats are. No, realistic example is just like... You want a realistic example? It'd be like, Storm reminds me too much of my ex. Change her. Or, well, I mean, if we want to be more basement dwelling. Storm reminds me too much of my mother. I don't like my mother. Change her. That would be like literally something... If we want to go with the basement dwelling stereotype, the census, yeah, like... That would be more realistic than, like, you know, skin color. They probably got stuff like that. I don't like how this character is. Change her, whatever reason. It doesn't matter. They aren't going to do it. Well, they used to not do it. They do it more now, because you dress it up in the right thing, and people will fold like a paper crane, but... Yeah. It is what it is. But you can see that, right? Like, just random dumps. Change this because of this. That's always been a thing. And they've always, like, generally ignored it. And the worst thing about, like, you know, actually creative people, like, being on... For all the wealth of, like, insight of what they do and just seeing what they do... Having to deal with, like, idiots that that don't even like really want to engage besides like yelling at the person for not being what they want them to be. Just sad. It's like we can no longer have the cloister of like they just go off to their mysterious tower and they're beyond. The veil has been lifted and like artists are actually just people, or like writers are just people. We used to have that for, you know, movie stars too, but yeah, this witter has also shown that to detrimental effects. This should probably go down a little bit. Not saying we need to bring back, put them in their ivory towers, because the cat's out of the bag. Movie stars and artists are just normal people, and kind of weird people at that, which is what you would expect, and actually what you would probably want. But they're not allowed to be weird. Not saying they're all Homelander under the thing, but yeah. I'm going places with this. I don't know if they're good places. I think I need to make this a little more obvious. This is on top. Move that over one. I think it's going to have to be good enough. I'm not spending all day here. In fact, I should probably stand up. I'm going to. One second. Stretch. Drink. Oh, there we go. I am not good at this mecha-ish design, because this isn't full mecha, but it's close enough. And that's what's causing all the issues. It requires really precise lines, and I am the Sultan of Scuff. Probably actually... There we go. That part's probably the worst at the moment. Yeah, it needs to be thinner. Okay, let's do that. Thinner. Okay. Is that a robot yeah, that was Robot Chicken. I forgot what, like, artist or, was it? I can't remember now. Anyways. Let's keep this simple. Let's just pick 2 points and join. I'm not getting the graceful edge in. I'll call it as it is. Not good enough. Skilled issue. I'm spending 2 hours on it. I am still ultimately a small-scale sprite artist. No matter how big I make these. It is where I live. It is where I'm comfortable and thrive. Can I put the line in there? Could I? So it comes down off this panel. Then we'll say like right down here. Come down here. That doesn't look right. Okay, so these are 3. And this curves in right about here. So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. And if we're going at this, like, right here. And we're going to offset it a little bit so that it doesn't merge in. Yeah, it looks like it goes all the way down. Well, it goes all the way down on my interpretation. Which I hate, because I want to be correct. Make this sharper. Okay. Now we need to add this little edge to the side, and I think I can just give up and move on. Okay, so we grab this. Does this go all the way down? All the way down. Goes down. Where does it part off? About at the calf. From a head-on angle, it is going smooth with it, so... That said, I don't have this correct. So it doesn't have this going flat along. Well, so maybe I could just do something like this. Show that it has a bit of wing there. Speaking of wing, didn't they do a big stuff for like Gundam lately? I forgot if they actually dropped like a remaster of Wing. I know they redid the intro, which is a bunch of member berries. You're on the temp. How are you on the temp layer? You're all on the temp layer. Did I rename you? Oh, right. Right, boot. Because I merged down into it. Gundam series. All that. I know they did one for Seed a while ago. Of all things. Seed. I don't know if that's like popular or whatnot, but... kind of a weak one. I will always remember Seed as like the protagonist going, like being all about equality, and no, just because we're genetically engineered super people doesn't mean we're better and we don't have to work hard to do things, as all he needs to do is crawl into a super weapon and be able to just like decimate everything. He never resolves this, but he gets pissed off when like his main crush is like, yeah, she sings well, but she was kind of made to do that, right? So, like, does she even, like, really put any work into it? And, like, kind of dismiss it, because it's like, the thing does the thing it was made to do. I shouldn't really, like, care about it. He gets mad, because, like, oh, she puts a lot of practice and all that into there. Well, I can't actually be sure. That doesn't look right. It's just funny. Because literally he's the only one be able to pacifistly fight in a Gundam because he's just so genetically built to be able to be better than everyone else. And he tries to get on about like equality of people and that pretty much like, you know, normal people should get along with us and da 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 da. Where it's like, the only thing keeping you from killing everyone is you not wanting to. They have no say in it. You are just that much better than every other pilot. Because you were made to be. I don't know if there's any other good examples of a character having like a philosophy that... Actually, Naruto. I think technically Naruto's the same way. Where he's like, if I put it in enough hard work, I can do all this stuff. Yet all the stuff he does is because he has a special thing. It doesn't look right, but I will care. Oh, there's a little bit of this coming off there. Oh, let's do it. Yeah. I mean, it's kind of hard to write an interesting character that is just like ordinary and like, you know, does exciting things. You have to give them something that's just like bullshitted and works. It's the nature of the game, but when it's like so flagrantly like, yeah, you weren't doing any of this if you're an actual normal person. And you go on about hard work and all that. And everyone around you is basically super soldiers or have advanced equipment that allows them to fight with super soldiers. And not that well, I might add. Like, unironically, the only thing that I've seen that doesn't do it is like some Western media. Like, I'm just thinking of Invincible, and like by the end, he just goes, well, okay, I guess we have to be the global hegemony or whatever it's called, and just like rule everything and tell everyone to just like knock it off. And just like try to be decent, or we'll literally come over and kill you and you can't stop it. Can we just do that? And that's like the end of it. After all the crap he goes through, he arrives at like, I guess I have to use my super power that just like gets people killed everywhere. I just have to threaten to use it and then use it very occasionally. I'm not actually fixing problems. And that's the only one I've seen, like, be honest about, like, no, you're not, there's in no way that you're actually normal in this. Let me turn this off, see if it's any better. I think the feet might be a little small. I'm just going to change this up. So I guess really honestly at the end of Invincible, it's pretty much like, for all the moral stuff it is like, ultimately it's ending up at like, just hoping you have the benevolent tyrant. Which is a sad state of affairs, but it's always been put, the best government is a benevolent tyrant. You just really don't actually get the benevolent tyrant. You can't set up a system to get the benevolent tyrant. Cool, okay. I'm going to copy this. paste this, flip this around, and I guess try to match up on that. Then we're going to make everything half a shade lower. I've always been kind of curious on like how you would even like write a person that's more normal and like can't end up in this hypocritical like I just got lucky situation. And it just kind of falls into like, I guess they're a bystander and the story just kind of happens around them. Which sounds kind of horrible, but maybe somebody could do something with it. It'd be a weird perspective thing, but yeah. Whoops, I hit the gray. And 20. I don't like how this changes, but I mean, it is separate from this. It's more part of the leg, so that would have some flexibility. In fact, let's get into this and actually add the white up here. 1 second. Sorry about that. Whoops, I didn't want it fully. I did get it fully, didn't I? Yes, I did. I'll fix up there. And you are going to be like this. Cool. Now then, let's fix my mistake. And whoops. There we go. Is there anything else on here? No. This we'll have to save for now. Okay. Well, let's give her a navel at least. Drop down to 5. Yeah, there's nothing obscuring it. Oh, wait. That's not the correct. There we go. Okay, then we turn this off to add some shading from the top left or right. Technically, you'd probably do something like that, but that just looks weird. Keep it simple. I swear there was one old anime that was basically, you know, a monster battler sort of thing. Where, like, even the tagline of it is, he gets the weakest, like, monster available, but he's such a, you know, genius, nobody else can hold a candle to him, that he could just beat everyone with it. As for, like, things where it's like, is there really any, okay. One thing in fiction is that it's always a matter of suspending your disbelief. The artist has to put in their work for it. So maybe there is something to that series. I've always looked at that and like, why would I want to watch that besides to see like what bullshit he pulls out on like to make stuff work? Which can be fun. What would this be? Vest? Jacket? I should probably work at the face at some point. I'll call it vest. You know, technically Ina's kind of Halloween colored. I never thought of it. Like purples and oranges. On some level, she was designed like, you know, horror themed, Cthulhu and all that. Should the arms be behind? Should this be above the arms? I think it should be. Oop. But, yeah. I think early on she did try to play, like, kind of weird horror games for a bit. So I remember, the Call of Cthulhu. Or Corners... Was it Corners of the Earth? Anyways. And then, like, Monolith, which was a Lovecraftian sort of thing. But never really caught on with her. She did say it was good she did that because, it really made her figure out what she wanted to do. Which right now is playing Expedition 33, which I still ostensibly want to play on my own, so I can't watch any of it. We'll have to see when that happens. Maybe a sale will come up and I'll be able to get it. So now I have to actually watch for sales. I'll have to see if it is what I fear. Because there's been, like, debate about parry systems and all that. Because the biggest complaint I heard is, like, once you just learn the parry system, there's no reason to care about the rest of the game. Like, there's builds and stuff. It's just like, why do it when you could just parry the attack coming at you? You don't need to care about resistances and all that. Why figure out elemental weaknesses and buff stacking when you could just do the quick time event to do more damage? I mean, you could do the buffing to do even more, I would assume, but it's like going into overkill territory. It's a problem of, like, you add a system that just kind of overwhelms everything else. Okay, so we have all this. I'll get on details, because I have not done face at all, and I like doing face, so I will do face. Okay, do a group face. Or head group. Left eye white. Okay, so as I said before, Ina's eyes are a little lower. So it makes her more cute. Okay, let's get this in. Okay, so there is definitely a longer on this side. And this curves up more. There's a little bit down here, but not as much as up there. Was it? I think it was Sid Meier who said, like, a good video game is just a sequence of choices that actually choices that, like, the implication of choices that matter. Which, like, you know, he built Civilization. He made Civilization. He's made a few other games. And oh boy, do your choices matter the entire way through. But ultimately, a game is just a series of player choices. Which is a little bit harder, you know, to do in, like, turn-based games that aren't, you know, 4X's. Like an RPG, you can only shove so much in front of a person before they say, like, is it even worth playing this? Because if every combat turn was, like, 10 minutes long, well, that's a little more different type of eyes. If every combat turn was, like, 10 minutes long, not a lot of people play RPGs. Except for tabletop, but that's a different thing. Okay. Left eyelash. About that. And we'll just do a 3 blink cycle as usual. Whoops. Wrong way. But I always think of that and the one comic of, like, kind of mocking, what was it? XCOM. Yeah, I think it was XCOM, or like VAT systems, where it's like, wow, you just choose to shoot the character or not. Why would you do that? It's boring and repetitive. And then they introduce, like, you're able to target, like, limbs or target limbs. It's like, wow, why wouldn't you shoot anything but the head? It's just going to make everything take longer. I'm always reminded that people will remove all fun from the game to make it meta. I mean, I watch challenge runners. They remove all the fun from the game because they have mastered the game, or they're just they have issues. They have a condition. They have to see if they can do it. Not that they should do it. They have to see if they can. I think this is going to screw with me later, but I'll keep it that thin for now. Anyways, eyes. I'm feeling color picky today. I'm feeling that's a mistake. Okay, and the top part is a lot more purple, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this over to purple. And then I'm going to... I can darken it this way. This is just kind of guessing. Then I am going to go over here and just, like, jack up the saturation a bit. Is that dark enough? Keep going right. Or saturate enough? Okay, it needs to be a lot darker. 30. I like that. Okay, let's get this dialed in. Like so. She doesn't have, like, large irises. Actually, her eye is a lot more round than most. Why not? Shrink this down a bit to reflect that. And there's some highlighting down here. If I had to guess, realistically, it'd be bottom of lens, but eh. For giggles. Directionality. Okay. I'm going to give this an outline up here to break it up. Bop. Okay, that worked. I keep going to the right one. I think it's technically even darker, but I'll leave it like that. Anyways, call this the I group. We'll subdivide it ad infinitum later. Oh man. I think I'm just going to finish up the art today and do the rigging tomorrow. Because I have a decent amount more to go on this. This really was a time sink for all it was, but yeah. Yeah. New layer. Okay, putting the nose in is one of the most difficult things you can do on these. I mean, there are anime girls and, you know, noses. Oh god. Gee willikers. Okay, done. And mouth. I don't think I'm going to do all the emotions. It's kind of a time sink on these. But Ina has slight smile. Her mouth isn't very large. It's very much small mouth, big eyes. Is there any difference on here for that? Nope. Because you have the, you have the characters that are more like this. Ina is very much like this. Gentle and elegant, I think, is kind of her styling overall. Okay, duplicate. Mouth mid. I'm just going to grow it this way. So I'm going to have the mouth open a little bit more. Let's go with that. Let's see. Go like this. You know what? I think we'll have this move up a little bit. Let's make it flat. It just... yeah. And duplicate. I think it's still a little too big. Okay, yeah, let's shave off like 2 pixels. Okay, there we go. Okay. Oop, oop. I'm going to add a little bit of smile here because, of course. More corners instead of that. Let's just do an animation test. So I'm going to make 3 frames for the things. And we're going to ping pong. Circulation. Let's make these 1/4 of a second. I think that works. This middle one might be a little weak because it does, you know... You know what? I think full might be better off. Usually you aren't supposed to move the top lip at all. Because, you know, head and all that. The only part of the head that actually moves is the jaw, which only flexes it down by, you know, angle changing. Anyways. Oh, I was confused. Let's add a little bit of tongue. We have to keep it consistent, so like that. Okay, I think that can work. Let's get on... let's make the ears first. So behind the head. Left ear. Are they even more pointy on this one? No. So, oh yeah, I can't forget this. Okay, let's desaturate this to like 40, 30. Drag it a little down. Very important. There we go. Now then, we can continue. I'm going to start with a back color so I can actually see on the edge. Well, I won't be able to see directly on the edge, but you know what I mean. And these are slightly longer than the eyes, so I can say if they go out to about here. Wait. Well, I can just move it down. Make this at least 3 pixels so I can have outline on it. Basically go down here for that. And now, we're doing a bit of this. Also going to clean up the edges. There. But technically, this should go a few more in there. Let's just... Can't do that trick unless I am... There we go. Now then, we get to hair. Front hair. So is there anything different about her hairstyle in this? Nope, I think she is pretty much default down to how her hair splits in the back. So... I think I could get away with that. Yeah. She's very much the Hime cut. Goes basically down to here. I should lighten this up a little bit and drag it a little more towards purple. First, I'm going to drag it more towards purple. Probably more of a violet. Da, da, da. Okay. Though I think she's brought up in a stream, like, internally, her color is marked as black. Like, for, like, it's based off of, like, hair color and all that. And she's marked down as black hair. You know, black hair. That's very, very black. I mean, it's kind of a manga black. Some of the reason why, besides like when it really started getting like, you know, pink and whatnot, some of the early reasons why characters had blue hair was because of the inks that were used in printing. Because they'd be more of a actual like a blue than a pure black. The characters kind of just got blue hair. It was like a dark blue and all that, but how true or not, the world may never know, but it's something I've heard more than once come up. Which is always interesting when it comes up more than once from different sources. Doesn't mean anything, it means they could be getting their misinformation from the same source, but yeah. And then once you have blue hair, why not just be wacky? Though on the blue subject, the reason why there was so many blue NES characters, or... Okay, I know specifically for Mega Man, why Mega Man is blue is because the NES palette had so many blue colors. Literally the only reason. Like, I mean, I could show this. This is the NES palette. This is where you... Well, technically you could say green does, but green has some crappy colors. All the blue colors are pretty nice, and they go from here to here. I mean, Seafoam you could go either way on. Turquoise a little bit, but from here to here. And the NTC one, which I think is the one that I'm more realistically thinking of. God, this one's ugly as sin, but it's also dominated by the blues. I just go off the standard NES one. But, yeah. They felt that they had more colors to work with blue, so they went with blue for, the Blue Bomber. Though at this point, I think people go off blue, because they tend to find out blue characters do better, just in general. I don't know why. I don't know if it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm looking for the default, and I'm braining. Okay, there we go. You know what? I think I'm just going to do this. And call it a day. Good enough. Because, you know, it's like, oh, blue VTubers work out better, so therefore more people make blue VTubers. And now there's more blue VTubers, therefore there's more of a chance for a blue VTuber to do better. Oh, look, blue VTubers do better. Repeat. There's probably some fallacy behind this, but... Oh, she doesn't have her crown. I mean, she has the goggles instead, so. Alright, and we're going to have hair cap. Yeah. I'm also now seeing some people, like, really hate Balatro. Not because it was good, but, like, they don't want to say it. It's because, like, crappier games are basing stuff off of it. And they don't like seeing it everywhere. And therefore, now they hate Balatro, which is kind of a bass-backwards way to do it, but it's human nature. As I'll say, I am surprised I have not, like, seen... Maybe there was some, you know, like, 7-day roguelikes or random games out there. Because Balatro was a very, very simple idea. And when I see simple ideas that get, like... Well, very good execution, too. Yeah, let's go down here. I can't understate that enough. Balatro, even though some people may not like the genre or whatever, has a really good execution. Considering that, like, a lot of it is carried by the music. And, like, just to get you into, like, the flow of the game and all the visuals and all the blips and blops. It all works together extremely well. But as I was saying... People are now going and, like, seeing everybody and their brother make a gambling game with, like, Joker level relics and, like, engine building, which is really what I should say. Balatro, I think at its core, is less roguelike and more of an engine builder with a roguelike skin. Or roguelite, if you want to go that way. I consider it more of a roguelike once you're actually playing past getting all the unlockables. And, like, try to go for the high-end stuff, the high-end bets and antes for everything. Yeah. Like... How do I fade? Oops. One thing I was always told about, like, why people like Forbidden Memory. I can't tween these the best. Okay, let's see. We're here. So let's go up a little this way. Sorry. I got distracted. Yeah, Battle Royales. High match turnover, but every once in a while you get lucky. Yeah, understandable. People like to win. And, like, skill will help a lot. But it won't help everything, and you just kind of roll with it. Which is, like, how roguelikes really should be. I've been in discussions about, like, people say, like... Most of roguelike is just knowing what kills you, and having an unfair, it just gets to kill you anyway when you start playing the game. Which, I mean, like, when you think about it, isn't that every boss with, like, a gimmick? The only difference between, like, oh, this boss, you weren't meant to, like, actually attack it directly. You're supposed to move over to the side and, like, use the super weapon over there. If a roguelike had that as a boss... I don't think it would be, like, as memorable, because, like, oh, I died to it, then I realized the next time after, you know, I got back there, it's like, oh, it had this thing to the side. It's just, people are more pissed off when, like, you die for, like, did you guess it's my main problem with puzzles. Did you guess what the developer was thinking when they made this? Which is the ultimate, like, sin. Nobody wants to play guess what the developer was thinking. They want to, like, be able to look at the situation and make proper judgments based on the situation, not on like what somebody 3 years ago decided was a good idea. Like my main one on there is like a Snorlax and Pikachu Dark Souls, yeah. Like there are some roguelikes, I forget which one. They can have tournaments and they try to do like streaks of ascensions. If it was completely random, you wouldn't be able to do that. Like Slay the Spire also, like people do ascension runs where they try to just keep a streak going. It's like, it's absurdly high. It's like 40 something for some characters as like the world's best. Where they do Ascension 10, which means that like it isn't so much random. Like sometimes you'll get bad, or did they make a mistake? I guess you could look to the sheet to figure out, but yeah. And like I've been thinking, like, what should you want from a roguelike and like encountering stuff that's difficult? I've heard definitions like it doesn't so much apply to like actual games that have luck in them. There's been a study. I'd have to probably like look it up and make sure that people weren't lying to me. It was part of a presentation and all that. Where they asked a bunch of people if they considered themselves lucky, and like a self-assessment on if they're lucky. And then they asked them to go through this newspaper that they had set up and hidden and like read through it, like all the articles and whatnot. And inside of it, they put in ads that said, if you are part of this study, you can stop reading and you will get $10. Or like they didn't even like add a like they might have, I don't know if they added or they didn't add like the monetary thing, but the people who self-proclaimed that they were lucky tended to find the advertiser that told them that they could quit and they get something out of it. And like their theory on like what luck actually is for the larger sense of people is being able to perceive an opportunity. Because the people who considered themselves unlucky didn't find the ads. Because they didn't presumably look hard enough when they were told, yeah, read through this, then come back and and then like write down like the articles that you found. When like the actual, like any good test was, they didn't tell them they were looking for that. In roguelikes and like that, you could be just literally screwed. Like, a lot of roguelikes don't know if you can actually beat them. It's presumed you can with the tools, but it's also presumed that like, it might be impossible. I know Slay the Spire has like one Ascension 10 seed, unlike not the Watcher. It's not the Huntress. Is it the Huntress? Anyway, it's the rogue equivalent that uses poison and all that. And she can't beat it because you cannot get the draws, you cannot change the RNG like by doing some choices to get the material you need to get past like what I think is an early line of elites. And there's nothing you can do besides just lose. But yeah, anyways. Why am I getting onto that? Because thinking about like enemy design and all that. What makes it fun and feeling fair and not just like, oh yeah, in order to beat this roguelike, you just look up all the sheets and then you just prepare your laundry list of what's needed. Or like not even, I would say like some of them you can't even do that. Like the bands, you can do that because you can reload floors. But the older ones, it's just like, you're supposed to know to run or not. And sometimes you don't have the stuff that lets you run. It's a real interesting thing to me. Anyways, let's finish this up. Ina's back. Nope, that's not there. So we have these main two mirroring, and then we have basically like two coming out, which is how Ina works. She has the main mass and then like these two scraggly little things on the side. I'm going to make this red right now, and we're going to have it go like all the way up here. Just to keep it simple. Okay. Does it go past her butt? Yes, it does. How far? Past to Cass. Okay. Ina uses her gamer one, which has the short hair so much, I forget how long her hair is on default. I think the gamer one fits her more, and I think she knows the gamer one fits her more, for reference. Copy image. Ina Gamer. I think she also got an update where she gets to have a few more pins up here. But yeah. She gets a lot of mileage out of this one. She also got the update on it so that this hoodie can go over her head. And like, as a gag, I can't find it right now. Like the one I really think that they thought she was going to go with, I don't... She brings it out every once in a while. Don't get me wrong, but... Is the painter one? I don't even think her... Yeah, her hair is still that long, but... She hasn't got it too much. Given the opportunity, I think she'll bring this out for like, you know, painting streams or whatnot. She'll just go with this. It embodies her more. Anyways, so I'm just going to do the cheapness and just cut out strands down here. Just kind of clean this up and make it a bit uneven so it doesn't look like I blatantly just took a 2 by 2 paintbrush through this, eraser through this. Ah, yeah, I also remember why I needed to quit early today. I chose the wrong stream to do, but I saw the figure and I wanted to do it. Tale as old as time. Making chili. And I need to get all that stuff prepped before I make the chili. It's generally how it goes when you make chili. Because, I mean, I have no problem, but I have no desire to do a 12-hour stream today. Also, yeah, I do have a few more things. Crap. Is that this week or next week? It's bill related. I think I took care of most of them. Okay, I'll have to... I could sit on lunch and do that, but... No, I think I'll just take all my time to it. Keep this rather short. I'm going to try something a little different today. And have the side ones. They'll be behind this, so it'll be easier to work with, but... Try not to blow out your ears. 1 second. Have this come down. Because this is still going to be mighty long. It's probably going to be like, what is it right now? 3 hours? 6 or 5. Yeah. I don't know. Might have been just this week, and I'm not feeling the want to do a long stream today. I also want to get a few other things done. I have some other obligations. Well, they're not obligations, but it'll be funny if I do them. I'm not doing those on stream. More portfolio work for the portfolio god. Probably going to come out horrible, but we'll see. Okay. Technically, it's more black back here, but... Also, I realized that I need to update the shield up ping because it's no longer saying what is completely accurate because I do other things than just the services I have listed on it. I have to think more on how I market it. I've been reading into too many things on this subject. The problem is when you try to look into like, how do I start up this stuff? They're always reading like people that want to sell you their course. And the thing that I've always realized, well, that doesn't work. If somebody is selling you their course to, you know, make you rich and do all these things, they're not selling you instructions. They're selling you the fantasy of it. If you do all this, you'll get it all. And I can't find anyone who just kind of like hasn't fallen into it. Because like the perpetual issue is like, do they actually know why they're successful? The answer is usually no. There is some amount of they had the situation that they managed to take advantage of in order to make themselves successful. And just like they have no idea. The good ones you could say do know, but will they tell you? Probably not. And are you in a position to capitalize on what they did? Probably not. So I'm just going to kind of do my own thing, but I have to clean stuff up at the very least. Make it more attractive. I do agree right now that the market is pretty much, you have to have something that will interest them in 3 seconds or less, which my last ad is not going to do. It has a literal wind-up time of 5 seconds. The attention economy is shockingly sad. And I hate that I know it's called the attention economy. That's the wrong one. Also, plainly, I need to fish where the fish are. Throwing it into the void of witter, or even a YouTube video, is not going to get people to come to me. But yeah, like, I hate using the term, like, grifter, Because it's like been co-opted into a million ways, and at this point it's just person I don't like or person of a political view I don't like, and I want to delegitimize them for no reason other than saying this word. A thought-terminating cliche in some ways. But, oh yeah, I mean, that's where all the budget goes for stuff. When you don't see something have an advertising campaign and drop, you have to be concerned about it. But anyways, back to like actual, what I would say is grifting, is people just selling the image of success. And then having a course that like just gives you possibly the most, at best, the most basic, like look at your finances and do this. Anything you can like really look up, but it's coming from a person who like is supposedly rich, who may or may not be. And if you do this, you'll be able to make all this money. And if you look at it, they don't do the same, they don't do the things that they say in their unless they're doing multi-level marketing in some ways, and like just basically trying to train you to do the same job they're doing. If you look at it, what they're saying does not match up to their actions or their beliefs in how to do this. And that is like the pure case of grifting. It's done out of like something they don't believe, and they just say it to get money, which I mean like is a lot of things. Politics for one. But yeah. Whenever I see somebody have a class and like here's my courses on how to get rich quick, I don't believe it, because otherwise that'd be taught in standard economics and you would hear about it everywhere. And that's what I tend to find from people trying to like get you to do stuff. It's like, even though I see a lot of like, as I said, the one guy or one person had said like, yeah, if you don't have them like caught up in like 3 seconds, they're going to scroll by. And then, you know, like, here's my course on how to actually properly do this stuff. It's like, I don't believe your course. I believe what you just said there, because that's almost self-evident, and I should really be thinking about that. Though some of his opinions, I can't remember the guy. Yeah, I can't even shout out, darn. Even though I don't believe he's the most up and up, because anybody who just has courses and just like, you know, puts basic facts out and then just like, yes, if you do this, you will have all the clients and all the people you could ever want, and they will be rich clients that will pay any value. And like, one, I don't think I'm at that skill. I'm at that skill that I could just get people to drop a couple grand. And honestly, nor would I want to be. No, I want the skill. It's just, I think I said it before. Half of me, part of me doing this is that like, I want to fill a niche that isn't the greatest niche, which is pretty much would be newbie VTubers or like one-offs. Because I've actually talked to a few people who've done models, and they just are destroyed when they find out that the person that like requested a model from them just moves on. And like I don't think I would be. And like some people have actually moved on from doing models because they just can't take like that they've been replaced. Where it's like they put all this work into it, and like probably a lot more work than they should have for the amount of work they were doing. Or a time for the amount of work they were doing, or should have been doing for the price point. And then they find out like the person just like moves on, and that they only went with them because they were like one of the cheaper options at the time, but they got to move to their real rig and their real artists that they wanted to do, and yada yada, and they don't like it, that feeling. Me, on the other hand, I do not care. I have made so many projects for actual work that gone nowhere that I have spent months on. for whatever random reason, they decided to do something else and it changed during the time that everything got set up, I do not care. I will be that person that will make their custom first model. And they will pay me for it. And they will use it. And they will discard it and move on to something else. That is perfectly fine for me. However, I have to price myself that I am that person. Because I do agree, like a lot of models are priced as luxuries, which in some ways they are. Nobody's going to starve if they don't get a model. Like there's like options and all that. We can get into the AI stuff and all that, but ultimately nobody starves if they get a model. So by definition, these are luxuries. Because like all art in general requires a patron that will pay a person to actually do it. Yada yada. That doesn't mean that there's a piece of pie for people who don't want to take out a car loan to get a model. And I'd like to be there. And have like enough quality on stuff that it's worthwhile. People should have choices. There should be things in here for budgets. Like, even if it is luxury, like there's watches. At this point, watches are purely a luxury item because you don't need it to keep time. Everybody has a cell phone. In fact, like, the only reason people are into watches as a hobby is that it, like, was basically, you know, like Rolexes. The only watches out there are pretty much aimed at people who are rich and to show, like, a status or whatever. But there's still a lot of engineering and all that. Well, cars break down, and that's a whole nother thing. And like, yeah, you sell them for so much. Like, for the VTuber industry, or for the VTubers as general, they like to switch models. They like to buy a new thing. It isn't like a car. And only few of them. I don't like that people really hang on to an actual rare percentage of VTuber models. Yeah. I mean, eventually you do have to replace cars, but it's not that often. It's actually like historically has been rare, and you moved up because like your car is 15 years old. Maybe you should upgrade to something. Like historically it's been like that. Now it's more like it's 5 years old and you can no longer find the electronic components in order to fix it. But anyways, like VTubers, I don't want to sound horrible. VTubers tend to be women. Women tend to like to have a lot of outfits. And that is what I'm going to say on that. Especially in the fact where they want to look very cute. And they want to be in season. And they want to do all this other stuff. I've seen a few of them talk about this and like clips and all that. But yeah. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm exploiting all that, but it's just kind of the reality of the situation. And not all of them are going to be able to afford all that. Like, some VTubers, like, on this subject are like, usually at least it used to be. It probably still is. Your second model, because like you script and save for your first model, and even then you know like it's not going to be the best model. Some of them have said like your second model is like the one you really wanted, because that's the one that like you're allowed to like not be. You're allowed to do something weird because you've established an audience, you've possibly gain some money off the hobby, or your actual, like, it's actually your career now, being a streamer like this. So your second model is the model you wanted. It's the model you can get away with. And like I've heard a few say, like, the second model is actually like the one they wanted. But due to like not having money, not having like some things, they couldn't like get all the aspects they wanted, so they pile it in. How true it is across the board, I don't know, but it's something I've seen more than once, which is, well, rubbing nickels together. Analogy and all that. Now, me, on the other hand, I want to have, oh, I forgot the store chain. It's a chain that literally died because the, like, CEO was like saying, yeah, we sell cheap crap that people just buy up because they reminds them of expensive crap. I don't want to say that that's what I'm doing. So I put a lot of work. I don't think my models are crap. I may not have good opinions of them because I cannot have good opinions of my own work. I think I've said it more than once. I cannot judge my own work in any way, shape, or form. It's a problem. I can judge problems in my work, but I cannot judge how actually good it is. Left eyelash? I think it's actually kind of a common problem. Which reminds me, I looked at some of my old, traditional art drawings. Man, did I put some time into some of those hatchings. I have not hit stuff like that for years now, but I've been kind of focusing on this end of stuff. But yeah, I want to sell a good product that they will come back for. Like, as you said, repeat customers, which is a little rare in this industry. Because, you know, the average VTuber has the lifespan of a hamster. I hate how true it is. It's like 2 years, which is honestly the same lifespan as a commission. Anyway, we got that. What do I want to do? Let's get some of the stuff in here and then we'll start on this. So, that's not the one I want. Good enough. Want the belt buckle. We can do that real easy. You could say that, but, yeah. Honestly, part of the reason why I don't think about getting a cat is just, like, having to deal with it die. Which isn't the best of reasons. The second more important one is, like, this place isn't that big. I'm not letting it go outside because I literally live in the middle of, like... I live a decent away, like, multiple blocks from a good source of traffic. And it's not like I have, like, a woods behind me that a cat could just, like, sit in. The cat's going to become flat, is what I'm saying. If I let the cat outside, it's going to become a flat cat. I don't want to have a flat cat. It's antithetical to what I would like out of my cats. So it would have to be an inside cat, and I know people... I don't consider it cruel to have, like, an indoor cat and all that. Or even, like, have, oops, I should probably mirror this. Or, like, have an apartment and have a cat in it. Like, as I said, I don't consider it cruel to, like, have a small space, because technically I live in here, and I do less, and I'm much bigger. generally it would be a matter of trying to make sure that the cat has enrichment and all that. Oh wait, this should have been the other way. It's like my last cat was sort of a fluke in that it wasn't at a good place and I kind of inherited it, so like all my quibblings about I shouldn't get a cat wasn't with that. Because I had no choice in a lot of that matter. But yeah. I just feel like I'd be just like sitting there preparing for it to die every day. It's like, I guess you're still alive. You don't have that much left on you, do you? So I've watched a few cats waste away, and it's not great. Okay. Well, as I said, I can't really do outdoor cats. Well, I do live in a very kind of rural area where I am currently. It's smack in the middle of Car Central. Well, not to one side of it, it's Car Central, and then once you're to the side of Car Central, that means the cars also take the roads near your place. As I said, flat cat. I think my neighbor has a cat that lets it out, and I don't have trust in it living long. They're generally smart, but it's a numbers game. I wouldn't want them outside. Same with the last one, because it's like I was in the middle of somewhere else. Yeah. I've had my grandmother has had an old Siamese cat. Yeah. That'll work. This is going to be 5 because otherwise it's going to match the edge. I mean, I could drop it down a bit, but I think I'll just do it subtly. Though on the, like, which person might go first, like, due to medical or just old age? People who get cockatoos are crazy. Or parrots. I think it's the parrots that could live past 100 years. Like, unless you inherit an old parrot of that type, it's going to outlive you. Somebody's going to be getting that old parrot, and unless you got it as an old parrot, it's going to be outliving you. You have to have plans in place for somebody to take care of it. Like, that's not negotiable. Okay. Now then, the part I dread, because I'm going to actually have to use transparency. Let's get this jacket set up. So, this is asymmetrical because pain. This has to be above the vest. Well, I'll turn off vest and I'll reorder it later in Live 2D tomorrow. Yeah, either way. You get a hatchling when you're 30. Or, like, 30. That thing's outliving you, even if it's a parrot. Yeah, cockatoos are the ones that live forever. That can, like, be handed down generationally. Right front sleeve. Okay. So let's get this works. Well, I guess we should have front of jacket, which would be this going down. Also, I need to add these. This is kind of funny. I mean, like, they're kind of like suspended on it. Usually when you see this sort of form, you just go, those are high leg panties on her. But they're not on Ina. Does she actually have that style? I should check on listening to stuff. But anyways. So this sleeve is going to be more taunt, and this is going to be more bunched up. And then we're going to have this at the end, which is going to be kind of huge. So let's go with this color. And have it first go down here, because it's not going to be the front. And then this can droop down a bit. Is it ribbed? No, it is not. What I mean by ribbed is like, does it have segments in it? Like, you know, like belts crowing across it and whatnot. Obvious things that are going to make it unironically easier to draw. At least for me. Because, I mean, I could focus on, like, getting the slack between them. And also, we don't see it on this side, but we see it on this one. Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it? Like saying a cockatoo being a generational tape recorder. Because it could say something really cryptic that means absolutely nothing to anyone. Like, how would you feel like actual normal Call of Cthulhu? What are these? I guess we have to look from the back. Oh, I don't have those in yet. The things I wanted to do, the actual wings. Okay. So these are just that. And they go all the way down? From about the shoulder. And there is 5 of them. So let's say from here. 1, 2. That would be too much into sleeve. In fact, let's get that sleeve set up. Right on the end here. Oh no, wait, I was going to have it cover the hands. Okay, I'm good. So 1, 2. Like, I could just think of, like, Shoggoths being involved in going to Talikali, or whatever it was. Which is, like, it just makes that random noise. I don't know why. And then you have the horror of knowing that this thing has been around a Shoggoth. Have this go, whoops, go down here. And have this one go about here. This is going to be pain for the other one. Anyways. Like, I can think the most basic thing is like, it's saying some sort of esoteric rite that makes absolutely no sense to anyone. Except for This would probably just be normal. It's not tilted that much. Which just sounds like random nonsense until you know what it is, and like you've been hearing it do it the entire story. And you find out Grandpa was a cultist. Okay, I'm butchering this one. Sorry, braining here a little bit. Does that work? If I cut off an edge, does it work better? I don't like it being perfect. Okay, we're breaking out the big guns. By that I mean rotation. I did my best guess. It was wrong. So now, I am going to take this and rotate it. With the power of science. I was afraid I was going to hit this. Because the issue with this is that it looks too small. It is properly, it is the proper size, however, it's just too small. Yeah, we'll go with it. And I'm going to just cinch this up a little bit. Let me, oh wait, I can grab here down here. Since this is puffy and polyester and you know all that, I need to do a little bit of this. I'm terrible at it. But I need to give the illusion that it has some of these folds going on. I mean, technically it's all an illusion. Just like my little joke in the ad about still frames giving the illusion of animation. Like, so I had watched a bit ago, somebody actually do a dive into the whole, like, what happened when, cameras came out. And it wasn't until a while after they came out that people were, like, really, like, not, like, against them. Because artists took them like, oh wow, we can get stuff that actually gets references that don't have to sit there all day. That's what that's what like a lot of the artists did. They didn't like go like, oh, this might be replacing us, whatever. I think that's like actually misquoted from someone. But as that being like a fear or whatnot. Because they did find he did find like people, or at least one prominent example of like a rather poor art piece that somebody had like taken a photo and tried to upscale and trace onto, and it just like it looked like crap because they didn't have the skill to do it. And at that time, all the other artists had the skill to do that without photographs. And like a lot of the problems that like people had was that the artists weren't adding anything to the like a still life or anything. Like there was no narrative to be found. Like what they were looking to when they were looking at art and paintings of the time was like, what emotion does this give off? And even like stuff that is very much just random people on the street, as like one of the guy's examples. One second, I'm going to bring him up. I'm actually going to bring up the thing involved. Okay, let's mute this. Mute, 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 mute. Is it Jake doesn't draw? Jake, don't draw. I'm going to throw this into chat. He says it more elegantly. Kind of not. But, yeah, it's like actually most of the artists weren't really using them. Because from our modern understanding, or like how we think it goes and how it actually goes for the artists back then, they were beaten to be able to like have somebody stand there for like an hour, leave, and then they don't get that reference ever again. They weren't like just like had a person stay there forever. And while some people were using references, and he does find a few of them, they massively change it to fit the scene, because at that point, people were not impressed with it just looking realistic. They wanted more from it. And like using the photography had to do its own thing. Photography was you capture it as is, and if you found a person that was just painting exactly as it was, it's not what you do. But yeah, they were using it. They were doing like some bit of upscaling and collaging. Or photo bashing, which is like still done today. And kind of where I guess it originated from. Is that you take something from another element from something else and then like fit it in. The classic photo bash. But yeah, it's an interesting thing. Yeah, nope. Okay, I'm gonna waffle on too much with this one. Good enough from a distance? If we're doing this much, we should probably put a little up here. But yeah, he does longer things and like actually tries to look and... Jake doesn't draw is an interesting story because he self-admitted went in bright-eyed, bushy-tailed into the art sphere, into like the classical art stuff, and came away disillusioned. Which I'll give credit that he actually admits this. So I don't think too many people would actually go like, yeah, I came in and I think everybody academically is talking crap. Because I'm actually looking into it because I really love this stuff. Actually, that should be its own layer. Why am I saying this? Because if I have physics on the sleeve, I want this to move over the edges, and I don't want it to interfere with the cuff. Which, it would interfere with the cuff if it was like that. But yeah, he does classic oil painting stuff. He's poked in some other things. But his real meat and potatoes is knowing people from really old times. And being able to talk about them. And go over their technique and how they actually went about it. Because he will surprisingly look at people writing or looking at what their students wrote about what they did. And not just like, oh yeah, so many other funny things. Some things he kind of gets a little ornery about is, how to put it? The old elites use this technique where they go over it in this color and then do this other stuff and yada yada and yada 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 yada. And then, well, this technique does exist. It actually wasn't used that often. And some people have pointed out, or some of the old masters have went like, yeah, it's too much effort for the effects. Why not just draw it the correct color to begin with? And so many of it is like reminiscent of like, oh, in order to do this sort of thing, you need to do this and that. It's like the more things change, the more they stay the same, and like people just believe there's a magic method these masters are doing that is giving them their art. And like if you could figure it out, you won't actually have to put time into it. You just put these three colors down in this order and it will work. But yeah. Anyways. It was just kind of funny to see that pop up because how many tutorials did I find that are like paint by number, or effectively a paint by number sort of situation? Like you do things in this order and your stuff will automatically be better. And then I tried doing it and I'm like, wow, this isn't working. Once again, it gets into like, what is grifting? It's like, I think that might be a little bit. Mayhaps I have a person who does not actually know what they are doing, but they're able to say stuff in such a way that people believe them and give them money for it. TikTok artists. That's where I think the gripes that he's brought up sometimes. He's a good thing to watch. He rarely drops stuff, which I guess is honestly more a mark of quality than not. He's been doing live streams, but I'll be honest, I'm not the most fan of like traditional art streams where like he tries to explain something. Which is to mean I'm not a fan of my own stuff I do. Like, speedruns make more sense, or like they're talking about how they program something and then they're able to show it. Art takes a while to finish. It makes good third monitor content, though. Where I firmly should be. But yeah. Give him a watch. He has some interesting things. And he isn't like... One second. I'm going to bring it up because he hasn't been at this long. Like, he'll bring it up occasionally. He's like, I have not been at this for like 20 years. He's been more at it for like 5, and he's just kind of slammed his head against it. Let me see on here. Yeah, I think he's only been at it for maybe around COVID. Sorry, I'm just looking over a few of these. I haven't watched all his old stuff. Anyways. I gotta finish this up, and then I have to eat. I have chili to make, and I put more labor into my chili than I should. Okay, now we do the left arm. Haha. Actually, how much can I cheat? Cheat to win. Something, something, Lance Armstrong. Okay, I terrified myself because I saw these go away, but no, these are the ones that are supposed to not have them. So we're going to flip this. And then... So this is off the shoulder. This is going to ruin everything, but I'll be able to fix it. What I'm going to do, first off, grab this stuff and then skew it this way. Push this back over. Then I'm going to drag this down. Perfect. It's awful, but I'll be able to fix all this. At least smooth it out. But yeah, like... Nah, I won't jump back. Let me smooth this out. Yeah, I have a very odd what I want to watch people do art stuff with. I miss the trend of people just doing Bob Ross. And doing Bob Ross in like different mediums. Or Bob Ross, but I sped it up or whatnot. I know why people stop them, but I liked having them in the background because I just love people solving the problem. It's my favorite genre of thing, especially with like art. Of like, well, I guess kind of like what I am doing. Where it's like, hey, here's the things I'm working on. This is a problem. I'm going to have this set up because later, like an actual knowledge of the craft that they've developed and they're able to articulate and just do stuff. Not the person like, I guess I do this and then this. I guess I do this. It's what I kind of missed in had in college was people that couldn't explain anything to me. I don't know if they're bad teachers, that they wanted me to just like explore on my own, but I was like more desperate for like, I'm completely stuck, please help. And they're like, oh, just try some other of these things. And I tried it and like, I don't know why you're having me do this. I'm more frustrated now than ever. Yeah, you do the same thing over and over. You should try different things. Like, I kind of do that, but it doesn't help when you're frustrated. Like, a part of a thing that I've kind of embraced is, like, not being afraid of failure, which is a prerequisite. Like, part of it is the, oh, I should also change these up a little bit. Part of it I find is that everything can be art, and art is your own voice, and yada yada. There's no objective in art. I'll argue against that. I will argue against that. Like, probably the poor person who was doing the world building and like showing it off and like wanted somebody to find it, like go like, oh, that's cool. And I put in like actual like Not even critique of it. Because, like, it works, it's serviceable. It's just like, what is it for? Because I find that the thing that you can actually critique art on and say, is this actually art? Is like, is it doing what you set out for? Like, you can have accidental art. Accidental art is kind of like a dime a dozen. But, actually, this... Nah, we'll play with that later. Oh, I also need to have the front part of this. That's fine to have a dividing line there. Like, you have accidental art all the time. It's like, I made a mistake and then I just went with it till it worked. But art is generally purposeful. Art is, well, me sitting here for almost 4 hours individually putting down the pixels because there's an effect I'm trying to create. Am I creating the effect or not is what this art will be judged as. And the effect is, does it look like this figure? Does it read as Ina? And does it move in a way that is pleasing to look at, that is useful in the environment of VTubing? That you can put this on the screen, and somebody will not be... And the average person, I will say, like, the average person will not be filtered by seeing this model on the screen in the environment, assuming it'll be like a pixelated game next to it. That can be judged. There can be taste to it, and there's like far too much like gray area on that. But if a person like just came up to me, like just said, put anything on there, what you feel like, that's bad advice. The good advice is like, does this help your final effect you want? Like the old cliche master thing is like an amateur will put more things onto their piece. A master will think, what can I remove from this until it is what is needed? And that holds true. I really think that holds true. Rope. And I think that's been lost and like has been kind of replaced with clicks and philosophy instead of like... I mean, technically some artist philosophy, like, does this move you? How does this make you feel? Which I kind of like... That's not my jam. To put lightly. I like art in the sense that it can tell a story. And I find it a problem when like art can't be used for that or can't be a vehicle for that. And also there's just the factor is like, is it just pleasing to look at? Which is the most basic one, and you get into like the high art versus low art debate, and like, oh, art is made for art's own sake, which is like, no. No. That's... I want to know where that came from. I unironically believe it might have been a psyop. Because the CIA was very much in some art movements in the past. And Russia was in some art movements in the past. That might have been a psyop to destroy the value of art. At this point, we probably could literally look up the documents and they'll just plainly say them. Because they weren't subtle about a few of those. And also the norm of what art becomes shapes what art is and what we'll pay for art. And I believe there needs to be some artists that are proficient. Like what we kind of lost. So, for as much as we love the old artists, all those schools were just art mills. They were just very brutal art mills. That would grind your soul into dust. But you would be a person that can, like, go out and make for the time the accepted art style. Oh, I don't like that. Let's minimize this. Let's get rid of all these and see how it feels bad. So the light's coming down here. This feels bad because this is going in. So let's have this go like this. Okay, I'm going to finish this now. But all your, like, the greats art, like, the great, I forget what it's called. It's the fancy name. Anyway, the schools for them, they were brutal art mills. They weren't people that were, like, going into this, like, with, the highest notions of, like, I'm going to approach pure art and I'm going to do this and it's going to be loved. No, they were people going into this to make art for wealthy people to make money. It was not for the... It was for the love of art, but it had to be balanced with practicality. They were made to be fast, not because being fast was part of the art form. It was being fast so that they could make enough to live off of. And you went to these prestigious schools to learn the techniques to be fast and to make stuff fast in a way that people like. I think that has been lost. Says the person... Well, actually, I'm not a good person to go for this. I am an aberrant. There is not enough life left, or time in the day, that I would like to spend 80 hours across a couple weeks working on something. That is not something I would look forward to, unless it is truly a unique and interesting thing. I didn't start out being fast because I want to make money off stuff. I started out being fast because, well, there's not enough time in the day. And just my personal experience of life and days does not line up with me taking multiple days to do things. Says the person who does 7-day roguelikes, but yeah. I shouldn't be doing this. This is like the stuff I would do if I'm being paid. I don't do the secondary colors on these, if you noticed, or the secondary shading. Most of the time it's just a single one with like ones that need to be in there. Because I'm going like this, I'm doing it the full way. Anyways, so we have this. Now I'm going to put the inner one for this. I'm going to flip it over and, like, you know, stretch it out and move it over so it fits this one. This should be pushed in a little bit. Just to give the illusion that I'm doing something here that has a bit of deformation to it. Everything's an illusion in art. But yeah. Like, the old artists had skill, and they did not develop it by taking forever to do anything. That's what and they were also training to, you know, be able to sell it to patrons and have it done in, like, maybe it would take, like, a couple weeks back then. I don't know why artists with digital tablets take longer, besides possibly time management issues, but that's something else. Or, like, maybe they have backstock and they're actually working a second job, which I can understand, but things should be faster, and people should stop trying to be as perfect as they think it needs to be. Like, one second. High resolution. Mona Lisa. How big are you? You're huge. I'm just going to point at that. What is that supposed to be? It's not detailed. So, things going on that I could say with this. Like, I hate to pull up the Mona Lisa, but this is fit for purpose. They did not sit here and he did not sit, well, maybe he did in someone, but Da Vinci did not sit here and over-render this background, which is like forest, mountains. You could go either way with like some of this stuff over here. And like all this going down. This is not overly rendered. What is rendered that he took his time on is the only part that matters. The face and the hands. And like stuff leading up to them, because you can't have you have to have a quality gradient. Otherwise, well, this is going to be stupid. What I mean by a quality gradient. I'm going to do a good old cartoon 3-finger hand. Or 4-finger, whatever. It's also blue because I finished up Endocopia, which I would suggest people play. It is actually a good adventure game. Oh, I did the thing. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna grab this. I'm putting crappy shading on, and I'm also going to put an outline on this. So it makes sense in a second. Even though this is still bad, this is not good. The best quality, it will show what I mean. Okay, so we have this. I'm going to outline you. I'm going to destroy it on the top. I'm going to outline... Oops, grab everything. I'm going to outline you. Drag you down this way. Boop, boop. I can't outline you. I forgot. Yes, I can, because I'm lazy. Okay, I'm going to cut you out. Like, a lot of, theory is like, when you do actual art, and like, not me doing my models, which I kind of accept as more like, I'm making the widget. I am not making the art here. There is art involved, but I'm not doing it in a traditional way that would actually require some of the tools to be pulled out. Anyways. So we have this hand. And I'm going to draw the rest of the arm. Please. You wouldn't accept that. Now, you could accept it like if it was like, you know, a little scriggly at the ends and like it edged up there. You could accept it. But that's a quality gradient, and it draws your attention to the hands because they're more detailed. Like up here, it could be all scraggly and whatever. I'll just go back to the Mona Lisa. Like this is fuzzy, not most defined. You can tell it's shadow. That's all you need to know. Like, in fact, it blends into the hair. Which people would go, oh no, you must clearly have the hair separated from all the rest of it so you can tell that it's hair and all that. It's like, no. Is it doing the purpose of showing like this shade here and like it's not the part you focus on. You keep it as a low quality because it's not the part to focus on. What you have is like increasing quality going up to these hands Like you have your bounce shadow, all that. You can't even tell what the lap is. You can't even like tell in here. This is creating basically an island of here are hands and here is whatever else, but I don't care to show you. Like here is background. It's supposed to be here, but it's not what I care to show you. I want you to look at the face. I want you to see that like there's a little bit of this here. It's like even ill-deformed. You can't like exactly tell what's going on, but you know that there's like that bit here at the top. That's like a band that's keeping everything up, and up there. And then you get the hands. There's only 2 parts of here that clearly, well, I guess technically 3, that Da Vinci wants you to care about. And it is this, this, and a little bit of this. I would even put it as a secondary. Like, this is something that wants to be cared about. This is something that wants to be cared about. Side of the head. And then there's a little bit of it going up here, because it's just visually interesting. And then everything else doesn't care. There is no real caring. Not because it's lazy, but just because it is not fit for purpose. It is not what this is about. Maybe he saw this expression and thought it was really good, or he thought of this expression and thought, wow, that'd be really good. But yeah, you cut out the background. Does this change? You, oops. You... Like, you could say, like, even, like, as much as this is detailed, because you have to do hands. It's a problem of life. You have to do hands and face. You cut down to this. Has the meaning changed? Has the focus changed? The answer is no. It's like, the rest of this does not matter as much as these 2 parts. If he had spread all the work across this, it would lose a lot of its effect, and ultimately, these 2 parts are what counted. So he would have wasted all his time doing this much work on the background, on the sleeves and all that, and on like the lap here. And it's a question of, did it matter? And Da Vinci said no, it didn't matter, because he didn't do as much work on the edges and all the rest of this and on the background. He did enough for it to support the rest of the picture. And I think people don't really think like that in art anymore. Because what I see a lot is, ironically enough, except in animation, because animation does not have the budget or time to put backgrounds that don't need to be there. But yeah. Okay, anyways, let's get the front of the jacket on, and I'll get like one of the rings. They got it. Have you ever seen, like, okay. Oh, you'd be surprised. You'd actually be surprised. Because they're faking detail too, but you can get down to really heavy detail. It's just, does it actually make the product better? You can go in and individually put strands of hair in, or at least the illusion of strands of hair in. does it make the picture better? Just we can do it now, and like a lot of people kind of do, and they spread that focus over, or that effort over the entire drawing or entire image. But did it make it better? That is a skill. That is a skill where you use a single horsehair with paint. It must also be like zen for them. To like just sit there for like... this goes here. And just go about it. But, yeah. Like, there are ways to do it, and it might have taken longer. Now we can do it faster, but we just don't get it done right. I don't know. I feel like I'm yelling at clouds at the moment, so I'm going to try and finish this up. So I can make my food. It has almost been 5 hours. I can make my food, and I do have that hard cutoff. Like in 40 minutes, I think I should go. I have mismanaged this week because I saw this and went, I want to do this, Ina. As in, I want to draw this, Ina. Is that a hood? No, I think that's just a white reflection for... Well... No, it's not a hood because this doesn't have it on this side. They probably could have done more. Like, depends if it's a hobby. Depends if they're trying to do it for work. Somebody had... Because I look at too many things. Somebody brought up for, like, game designs. And, like, some people are falling into a trap of needing to make their magnum opus. And their kind of challenge is like, why don't you make your like micro opus? Like, find something you can actually get done for once. Okay, this is this far. I think this is too far. I know there's this old like thing. I think it actually comes from Family Circus. If people really wanted more time in their lives, they try to stop inventing things to save time. And this like becomes truer every year. I also forgot where I heard it from, but the technology I'm going to make this red until I can change it. The technology that you make to free you will enslave you. Yeah, it's cliche as heck, but seems to be the modern world. Anything that saves you time just means you're going to do more work now. The thing that saved you an hour of work, you now do 3 hours of work with. Yeah. Like, I don't consider getting rich and famous off of, like, anything as a thing of quality. Like, one, there's flukes. Two, there's the environment that it's in, yada yada. You have to look at it. It is a testament to, like, what people want. And as I said before, people kind of need, as much as I put it before, if they're going to try and do it for real, like I'm doing, you need to work to your client's expectations, and you need to do it quickly enough. And once again, people People put a lot of effort into things that may not help them in the long run, or actually help what they're working with. Okay, let's turn this back on. Cool. Now for transparency. I'm going to cheat. And for right now, I'm just going to put this in here. All I'm going to do... I might put a little bit of shading in here later, but I'm going to do that after this. Okay, she is girl, so I must respect curves and have this go down and click curve out. And then we have it end like right about here. I think Mimyoy was talking about rigging guys, which was like you have to use a completely different shape language for them, which is true. She doesn't like that because it, like, one, she's used to girls and she understands what the girl shape language should be. Guys is pretty much like it's blocky. To draw a guy, just make it blocky, to be honest. Okay. And then we just reduce that by 1. And then we connect this part up. I mean, like, as much as I get into the minutia of things, I'm kind of an ends... I'm not, like, the most in love with the process. I just, like... I just do it because it's what you do to get the thing done. But I'm very, like, I want to know what's going on because I need to know what's going on to make it better and to fix stuff. Okay, I'm going to have to do a back part here. So this chunk down here is pretty much going to be the same across the sides. Because, oh, we get into the problem. Okay, I'll explain in a second. But first, like, this is going to be crinkled up, so it's going to fall off, and it's going to, like, you know, meet up down here, and then I can just reuse this chunk. But it's going to, like, shift down, and, like, I'm going to have to put some fake creases in it, because, you know, it's transparent. But even then, because it's, like, folded a bit, you get the glare in it. Like, physically, you get it like this. So I get to put in, like, some V's. Good example of what to do, and, like, I get to have that. But down here, I'm going to cheat and make it the same, because that is what I'm doing. And this is going to use the half color here, because I want to have it be far away. Now, first off, I'm going to do that. Oops, that's the wrong one. This is back jacket. So yeah. Bringing up Jake doesn't draw. Again. I've kind of felt like the weird disillusionment of like, do people actually... Ooh. Oh, actually, yeah, that was correct. This needs to be in front of the hair, though. That was my problem. Okay. It's like the disillusionment of like, do the people who actually know what they're doing know what they're doing? And the answer in life is no. Or are in charge know what they're doing? And the answer is usually emphatically no. You just learn to live with it. Is it going to get better? Maybe. To some degree. You can always argue everything's getting better in some way. That's the problem of, like, what is better? I'm going to call this right. Then you get the people who, like, argue in disingenuous ways of, like, oh, it's better because this, and you can't argue because... Best not to, like, get involved with them, but... It'll happen. Okay. So, once again, cheat to win, and because I am not able to do this as, well... I'm going to do this here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tilt. I'm going to fix this all later. But I'm basically doing what I would do in Live 2D. And just kind of maneuver this over. Okay, I think I might have gone a little too much. Because it squished a little too much for my taste. We're going to stretch this out a little, because we need to have the color still. Okay. Anyway. Too long didn't read. The people who say they know what they're doing kind of don't know what they're doing. And it's hard to tell. And nothing new under the sun. Man. Actually, one story brought up from Jake Doesn't Draw. I know I'm talking about him a bit, but... is that... there was some artist of well-known was sold that there was this old master's way in preparing... one second. Just dying. The usual. In preparing paint and layering it to give him the quality of old masters that everybody looks upon. And he got the book, and he read it, and he followed it completely, and he shamefully unveiled his masterpiece, to which people basically said it has the colors of corpses on it. Because, like, he got sold snake oil in art form. The process was like either like very poorly recorded, and even then it required a person to run it right, pilot it right, and it might have been part of a bigger process and yada yada. There it goes. I don't like this. Why don't I like it? So, what I don't like is that this feels like it should be over here more, because it looks like this is the common test. If you cut out a section and go, that looks normal. That looks normal. Does that look normal? And I go like, it could work, but it doesn't work. I think it could look better. And so you go in and you fix it till it looks normal. And my brain here is like saying like, this needs to be merged a bit. This is just like going too sharp into there, and it needs a reason to be like that. Like all the context around this is that this is slowly going down, and that didn't look like it. Is there any more fanciness on that? No, there isn't. I have to put this on here, which is going to be interesting. But otherwise, no. I think I'm going to do that. And get rid of this. I'm going to have to extend this up. I guess I have to go this far. This has been a very opinionated day. Which is terrible. Don't have opinions. I am just an art jockey. Wishes to work cheaply and efficiently on stuff that people will use for a short but indeterminate amount of time. Cool. Let's turn this off for a second. And continue doing more work than I should. Okay. So first off, gotta fix that. Then we have to blend this in a little bit. Because collars should be collars. Okay. It's like 2 hours in this. Okay. So... I don't have it quite down that far, but I have it off the shoulder. I think that's a win in my book. Right, what's going on here? Did I turn off the shoulder? Did I destroy the shoulder? I think I deleted the shoulders. Crap. Okay, one second. Boop. Boop. I'll never be able to fix this. It's over. I should just stop the stream now. Ooh. Move you up one. There we go. I've had this turned off for so long. And round this out. Cool. Don't know why I deleted that. Maybe squish this in a little bit more. said, I'm going to also just a little bit of there. Okay, that wasn't too bad. Okay, let's get the goggles on her. Okay, I think I can go with this orange. They need to be mildly transparent. So, first I'm going to draw it in, and then I'm going to redo it with transparency. Otherwise, I'm going to have an issue just trying to get the shape in. Okay, cool. I think over here is going to be where the actual next bit of it comes in. And now we're going to take opacity to like 60. $256 times 0.6. Oh, okay. Okay, delete. Nope, fine. Are you deleting the layer? No, you're not. Trans. I want to keep that as its own layer because it's going to work better. So if I have to change it, I don't have to go through the rigmarole you just saw me do. Okay. You know what? I guess I'm going to have to increase the hair cap a little bit. Okay, and then we drop this down a color. So 24. We're going to outline everything. Put a little bit of that. This here. We're going to grab the orange. That does it. And then we're going to drop this half shade. Cool. And then we're going to grab the hair cap. Oh, no. Okay. Yeah, we're just going to do back ahead then. Okay. So something I see pop up every once in a while, and I actually honestly kind of try and avoid. So I've been noticing this, and it's probably more rigger eyes seeing it. I've been noticing a lot of rigging, or at least rigging, sorry, styles with the head where you have basically this, and then you have the face, and the face is the only part that moves. I'm not going to point out anyone because nobody should be cursed with, like, realizing how close this is. So I think it's, like, at least definitely a faster way to do stuff, and, like, honestly, do people care? People that aren't, like, this deep into it, like me. So I'm not saying it's, like, bad, I'm just saying, like, I prefer it if the back of the head actually moves a little bit and deforms, instead of just kind of sit there and, like, making sure that you can tell it's the back of the head. It's an interesting design choice to say, and I understand why they did it. Some of it may be so that it's compatible with other rigs more easily. Okay. Let's get the onion ring on her. Let's actually pull the color for the onion ring. We want the brighter one because this is pixel art. I'm doing it more saturated. Slightly forward. That's not bad. That's not bad for a freehand. Is there anything else I want to do with that? No. I don't think so. I do want to get one more thing. At least one bit of one more thing. Enough that I can post it. And say, I failed horribly. I did not get to rigging. I'll probably do that tomorrow. So, is this about the same color? Yes, it's going for about the same color. You don't see the inner part of them. Grip, you have stability. Turn it on. I think a lot more artists need to use more stability. Look, I just get it done. I don't sit there for 5 minutes going and making the same motion over and over again, hoping that it works this time. That's insanity. That is not progress. Okay, so it gets out like this and then does the scallop in, which I will just erase with. It goes down here and then it curves in. There should be a bit of a point. Okay. We fill this in, and then we do the edges that make that a little dangerous, and we come down to here. So about this far in. And I miss it by a country mile. Focus. Almost. And I think we can cheat at this point. Possibly have it a bit more out, but pixels. What you want to do? Not sure if I want to get the lettering on there, at least right now. I'm going to make this a... There we go. Now to darken this up a shade so that I can put an outline on it. And then get this paneling in. So we have the main one back here. This goes like this. I'm not going to draw the curve yet. And then it's basically vertical back here. So join those up. Okay. Oh, nope. That's what I wanted to avoid. So I might want to seed like one more of these in and push it back one. So I don't want an odd man out. I want to transition from this to this. You can kind of see it if you look at it, which is better than what it was. I guess that can look a little curved. Okay. Where's the other panel marks? So this is the top. It goes in a little bit and then it angles back. Negative 120 or 102 at 8. And this pushes a little back from this, so about here. And what did I say? Negative 102.8. Oh, crap. There we go. Oh, what I'm looking at? At the bottom of the screen, you'll notice there's like 134 to 110. That is the starting point. The one after that is 141 to 179. That's the ending point. The next part is the bounding box that is making and how big it is, which is 8 by 70. The next part is how long in pixels is the line. The next part is what rotation it is. And honestly, I just use that for matching. The last part is the ratio that it's being used. Make that line, so like... Oh, yeah, for like what the box would be. Oh no. Actually, I'm a little lost on what that last one is. Because this should be like 0. Anyways. I think maybe it's a width to height ratio. So like... This is one... Yeah, it's a width to height ratio. So the longer this gets, the bigger the left side gets. And then you can change down. It's useful, I guess, to someone. It's one of those things that I ask is like, why is this here? But, how far off is it from this? Oh, this. That's pretty close. I'll use this. I'll push it into my standard format. I'm gonna go back here. Okay, they go away from Ina, and they almost this one almost completes this. They're rectangles. Cool. So this goes down to here. Cool. And this travels around here. Whoops. This part goes down here. Cool. There we go. I just would need to noodle this on here, but I'm not going to do that for a bit. Is it? Oh, it's correct on both sides. That's painful. At least only the top ones have that. Okay, other detail I'm seeing on here is this little sliver of a lighter color. So we're going to pump this up by 20. We're going to saturate it a bit more. And we're going to pull it over into pink. Boom. Is there an edge on it, or is it just coloring? It looks like there's an edge. Let's give it an edge. Good, there's a pattern. So this is fine as long as it follows a pattern. If they were all jumbling, put these three next to each other, or the three one by ones next to each other, it just kind of look bad. And I'm going to make this edge the proper color. I'm going to drop this by 10. Select all this. Oops. Continuous is not on. Whoop. Whoop. There we go. Now we get 4 of these. How are we going to flay them into there? Well, I know for one I'm turning this off. I'm going to duplicate this. Well, I can stay on top for now. Spin me, Captain. Going to be 99% cleanup by volume. Okay. At least it isn't too bad on the edges up there. I expected worse. How about them local sports team? Speaking of which, I didn't lose the splat, I guess you'd call it, to a mork ball. It had fallen behind a shelf. I knew I had it. I thought I just like lost it in a move. So now I have 2 of them. Neither of which will get used again. I had funny thoughts of a minute of like, would it be fun to put together a mork ball tournament? Would anyone even care? I mean, it is pretty much just rip-off of Blood Bowl, except, you know, mork ball. Actually, I think it's less directly ripping off that and more just like, it's the skirmisher version. It's the version of the skirmisher game that is Forbidden Psalm. I wish that the rules for the solo stuff was just a little bit more well packaged, because I had some issues with it, and also I think I found like technically it's quite literally might be a coding bug, but it's fit for purpose. Oh, okay, copy paste flip. How is that behind this? Where's the duplicate? Ah, jeez. So these are the ones that are the most back, and this is in front of it. How are you here? You are behind it. Oh. Okay. That's fine. I didn't delete them. That's why. This is fixable. No, I mean, it's like unfixable. This will take forever. All is lost. You know, recently I have seen more people more videos of the Blood Bowl matches going on. I haven't popped my head back into it because it's been a while. Even though I have the minis to make my little Delph team. Never painted them or anything. Many such cases in my history of getting minis or figures to try and do stuff with. The answer is I just don't. Okay, cool. So these would be behind it, but just for sake of seeing what's going on, it's in front of it. That is the weirdest stuff. Like, why would you do that? It's not like even that, Okay, I'm going to have to put something here in 1 second. Okay, from here to here is 60 degrees, and it is... Or minus 105, and it's 60. Go. This still needs to be out more. This... I'll just wing it. I'm doing too much thinking. Okay. Pop. We're going to pull this down a little bit. Then we're going to rotate it till I think it's right. Which I think is about there. Pull it out a little more. And then we fix it. Then we do one more of these, and I'm going to call it good because... Oh no, I have to call it good now. Yep, sorry. I have a few things I need to get done. I forgot that was today. So I'm just going to have to see about continuing this tomorrow. Either way, probably at a later time because I need to have a little bit of a morning tomorrow. Anyway, thank you very much, and I will see you later. I will put up the screen. That needs to be updated for proper shilling, but thank you. Have a good time of day, everyone, and I will see you later.